Mr. Mpofu,
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you.
are you ready, Mr. Gordhan? Are you ready, Mr. Gordhan?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes. Mr. Mpofu, your first hour will not end at 2:30. It will end at 3:45, and the second hour will end at 4:45. So I've added 15 minutes because we
started a bit late.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Otherwise, let's try and make the best
Yes.
of the time.
Thank you, Chair.
And of course, on both sides, you will both try and give each other time to
Yes,
finish
Chair.
whatever you are saying. Okay, all right. Maybe I can say this to Mr. Gordhan. While on the one hand, you may clarify an answer that you give in order to make sure that maybe a yes or no answer doesn't give a wrong impression. Your counsel is here as well. I will give an opportunity after Mr. Mpofu has finished to re-examine. That means to ask you questions arising out of the cross-examination. And in doing so, she will have kept an eye on some of your answers where she might think that your answer might not have given the kind of perspective that you would have liked to give. So when she asks you questions during the re-examination, some of the things that might not have come out clearly during cross-examination, she will seek to get those to come out. So I just mentioned that so that you understand.
No, I do, Chair, and I will try to assist in every way possible.
Yes.
To be as brief as possible. Sometimes it is not possible, as
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, no.
Saying yes and no.
Yeah.
And I also want to add, Chairperson, I'm not here to hide anything.
Yeah.
I've got nothing to hide.
Yes.
So let's proceed, and
Yeah.
I'll do the best I can.
Yeah, no,
And I
that's
trust
fine.
We have counsel's cooperation in that regard as well.
Yes, okay, all right. Mr. Mpofu?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Mr. Gordhan. What normally helps, Mr. Gordhan, is if there's an answer to a question, is to answer the question. And of course, sometimes, as you say, yes or no is not enough. But you can say yes and then want to clarify. So as long as I'm happy that you've answered the question, now and again, you'll have, obviously, you might need to clarify. Thank you. Right. So we were, I think, at the point where we both agreed that at least the relationship was defined by hostility, at least at the relevant point that we're talking about, which is the period that Mr. Moyane was at SARS, correct?
Yes, but I think it's important, Chair, to add that the hostility, in fact, started from Mr. Moyane's end when I look at my statements over lunch. And it was initiated when I was Minister of COPTA, and attorneys on behalf of Mr. Moyane began to write to me and demand that I present evidence in the investigations that were taking place at SARS, and there were one or two other instances as well, including the non-accountability, which I'm sure we will return to in time.
Yes. Okay. No, we will get to Mr. Moyane, that's your version. We'll get to Mr. Moyane's version of where the hostility came from his point of view, and I'll put it to you, and you can agree or deny. But anyway, we know that, at least from your side, part of these hostilities were caused by your belief that he was part of state capture, correct?
Now, at that time, the notion of state capture was just beginning to emerge, so I can't answer yes to that question.
No, at some stage, maybe let me break it down. At some stage, you believed that he was conniving with some people to have you removed, correct?
It was part of a pattern, and he had played a role in it, yes.
Yes. And you also believed that he was, okay, no, we'll come to that. Let me put it this way. We know from your statements the genesis of the alleged hostilities and its connection. I'm not interested so much in, some petty issues that might have arisen. I'm more interested, as you might understand, in so far as the hostilities were related to the allegations of state capture. So if I refer to the other issues, it's just for context. But let me just maybe tell you up front that Mr. Moyane his version of where the hostility came from has got 5 elements. Firstly, he says it was caused by your, what one might call general arrogance towards him. And then he says, secondly, it was caused by what he terms petty jealousies about his role at SARS. And as I've said, those are issues I will touch on very briefly, but those are not the core issues. Then thirdly, he says it was also, it originated from your racism towards him specifically, and maybe towards African people in general. And then fourthly, he says it was motivated, and that is where we come closer to the meat. He says it was motivated by your desire to deflect from your own involvement in state capture and corruption. And then fifthly, he says it was because he blew the whistle on the mass trail of illegal activities and corrupt activities that you left behind at SARS, including the issue of the rogue unit and the alleged early retirement of Mr. Pillay. You understand those 5 issues, and of course, I'm sure you don't agree with them, but you understand where he comes from.
Maybe before Mr. Gordhan indicates Mr. Mpofu, I just want to make sure I've got them right. I didn't get the first one.
Yes, number 1 was what we call general arrogance.
General arrogance.
Arrogance, yeah.
Okay.
And thinking highly of himself.
Okay. And I got number 2, which is petty jealousies.
Petty jealousies, yes.
Number 3, racism. On the part of Mr. Gordhan towards him, that is Mr. Moyane in particular, and maybe Africans in general, is that right? Number 3 was said motivated by Mr. Gordhan's desire to deflect from?
To deflect from his own involvement in state capture and corruption.
And the 5th one was he blew the whistle on?
On the trail of illegal and corrupt activities that he left behind at SARS, including the rogue unit and the alleged early retirement of Mr. Pillay. And maybe, Chair, just to put context, that last part related to the to the charges or complaint that Mr. Moyane laid at the police station, which is the core of the, which according to Mr. Gordhan were motivated by state capture.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Mr. Gordhan, I think Mr. Mpofu was asking the question whether, even if you don't agree with these, you understand that these are Mr. Moyane's reasons why hostility developed between the two of you.
Well, I don't think I'm here to understand Mr. Moyane, with due respect, Chair.
Yeah.
Let me firstly emphatically say that all of those assertions have no foundation whatsoever.
Yes.
And to now throw around notions such as racism and my alleged involvement in corruption is part of the fake news narrative that bots right now seem to be propagating all over the show. So I repeat, I emphatically deny all of those assertions. And
Yes.
they are merely a cover-up, Mr. Chairperson, for what Mr. Moyane really did. And Judge Nugent refers to this in his report when he says, the day that Mr. Moyane took office was a calamity for SARS. That's the quotation. The transition of SARS from what it was to what it became was brought about by events that are shocking. We think that what occurred can be fairly described as a premeditated offensive against SARS for Mr. Moyane to seize SARS. Those are not my words. Those
Yes.
are the words of the SARS Commission, as you refer to. So I deny any charge of arrogance. I deny, what do I have to be jealous about with Mr. Moyane? That's absolutely petty references. Thirdly, as far as racism is concerned, for the last 50 years, since joining the Congress movement and affiliating with the Freedom Charter, as I pointed out in my statement in November 2018, I am emphatically a non-racialist, and my record proves that. Of course, all sorts of stones will be thrown at me, but I suppose that's part of the course. As far as negativity towards African people is concerned, the evidence is completely to the contrary, both within SARS during my tenure and elsewhere, that this is a deflection from my role in state capture. Well, again, Chairperson, I must say that Mr. Moyane must come along and say that on the record in an affidavit before the Commission, and let all of those who have an interest in cross-examining him, because he's the implicated person here, have the opportunity to test his evidence, whatever that might mean, and we might or might not join the queue. Blowing the whistle, there's nothing to blow the whistle about.
I'm sorry,
The
Chair.
so-called unit has been repeatedly shown to be legal by various senior counsel at the bar in Johannesburg. Secondly, Mr. Pillai's pension issue has gone through all sorts of processes, including court processes currently, I believe. And there's nothing illegal that was done, and that's also proven for the record. Those who want to believe the contrary are welcome to do so, but the facts don't support them at this point in time. So I note what Mr. Mpofu has said. Let's get on to the next question.
Mr. Mpofu, I know you had not asked as yet what he has to say about this. You asked him whether he noted them, so to speak.
Yes, Chair, and you even repeated my question. But
yes.
Now we got a lecture.
Yes, but in any event, he was going to have to deal with the question of what he has to say. So
he will deal with it.
Okay, you may proceed. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you and I, you've agreed that. So effectively, you are saying you are denying that you are an arrogant, self-opinionated, jealous racist who is corrupt and has a tendency to hound whistleblowers who report on your unlawful activities. You deny that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Now, you and I have agreed, well, Mr. Moyane, unlike you, will back up these accusations with evidence, as you correctly say, when he testifies. And just to assist you, if you read Mr. Moyane's very first affidavit in December 2018, he, under oath, offered to give evidence.
2019, I think?
2018.
Oh, 2018.
That was after Mr. Gordhan's, yes. And repeatedly, even myself here on this podium, well, not this very podium, they have repeatedly said that he will gladly assist the Commission when required to do so. There's not even a need for a summons. He will come here willingly. So let's put that to bed. So you've agreed that it's important not to go around making serious accusations when you can't back them up. Correct?
No, there's enough evidence, both before, Chair, if I may respond. There's lots of evidence. I think one needs to read the intensive work done by Judge Nugent to know what the evidence is in respect of SARS. There's also lots of evidence in relation to the so-called complaint. And what was interesting, Chair, as I looked at the file...
Hang on, Mr. Gordhan. I think both of you have got something wrong. Mr. Mpofu, I think from previous answers, I think it's clear that Mr. Gordhan takes the view. He did say that you can't make serious allegations unless you have got facts.
Yes, that's all I was asking.
Yes, and
so what did I do wrong?
So that from previous questions that's clear. But also, Mr. Gordhan, you were not answering the question that the question was more general, but you were seeking to answer the question in relation to Mr. Moyane. So I think Mr. Mpofu was just looking for an agreement on the general proposition. But I'm saying that I think you have already said before that nobody should make serious allegations against somebody unless they've got facts. Is that correct?
No, that is correct, Chair.
Yes.
And,
yes.
If I may add, I mean, that was the purpose of the evidence that I presented before you in November 2018, and that is further reinforced, Chairperson, with respect, by the findings of the Nugent Commission.
Yes, but what I'm saying is his question was general and not relating to Mr. Moyane. So, but as I say, you had made it clear in response to earlier questions that you accept the proposition that one should not make serious allegations against somebody unless they've got facts. So I think we can move on, Mr. Mpofu.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I just don't understand what the Chair says I did wrong, because I started exactly, I said you and I have agreed that it is important not to go around making serious allegations when you can't back them up.
Oh, I thought you wanted him to answer again, whereas previously
no,
the
I'm
two
just
of you have
recapping
agreed.
because we're coming back from lunch now.
Yes,
So
okay.
to build up for my next question.
Okay, all right.
Yes, okay.
That is why, Chair, with respect, one sometimes doesn't know what Mr. Mpofu really wants an answer to, because he starts by saying Mr. Moyane is willing to give evidence and he ends somewhere else. So if he could crystallize his questions better, it will make it easier to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, let's do our best. Okay?
Yeah, no,
let's
thank
do
you.
our best. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Gordhan, for trying to teach me how to ask you questions. So the question was very simple, actually. You and I have agreed that it's important not to go around making serious allegations when you can't back them up. Yes? No?
As a general proposition, yes.
Thank you. And it's when you do so under oath, it is more than just not a good idea. It's also illegal because it could be a crime of perjury, correct?
I note what you say.
Do you agree or do you not agree?
I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to agree or disagree. I note what you say.
You don't know the importance of taking the oath before God?
I affirmed right at the beginning of this proceedings, Chairperson. I'm not sure what Mr. Mpofu is pursuing here.
Okay. I'm saying that if you go around...
What else does Mr. Mpofu want?
I asked the questions here, Mr. Gordhan. You are just a witness, so just chill and wait for the question, okay? I'm saying to you, if you make statements that you cannot back up under oath, you might be exposing yourself to the crime of perjury. Yes or no?
As far as I'm concerned, there is enough evidence around, therefore there's no issue of perjury. Thank you.
Okay, I won't go back. I think the chair explained this to you many times.
Yes, it was a general proposition, but I think you can move on.
I will, Chair. I'll give up on that answer. But do you also agree that it's the height of arrogance to go around accusing people without evidence?
Chairperson, I need your guidance here. Are we here to engage in theory, or are we actually, I'm here to answer questions in respect of the evidence I presented before you in November 2018. Could I be guided by you, please?
Well, sometimes Mr. Gordhan, counsel will ask questions of a general nature in order to get an understanding of your own view of what is right and what is wrong and so on before coming to the evidence with regard to specific events. So sometimes some questions are of a general nature just to understand your own values, your own understanding of certain things in general without being specific. And then at a certain stage, he might then be specific to certain things. So when Mr. Mpofu asks questions, you just always bear in mind whether you understand it to require just to be a general question, or whether it is specific. And where you are not sure, feel free to say, can I get clarification on this question?
Or ask me to repeat the question.
Or ask him to repeat. But I think maybe just repeat the question, Mr. Mpofu.
Yes. Do you agree or do you not agree that it is the height of arrogance to go around accusing people of serious offenses without evidence?
That is for anybody.
For anybody, yes.
Okay,
for any person.
For anybody, not necessarily you, for anybody to do that. So it's a general proposition.
Well, if it's a general proposition, let's say yes for now until
Yes.
we know where it's going.
Thank you. Well, maybe to assist you, Mr. Gordhan, you yourself were a victim of this. You remember that you were accused on some, what you called a fake intelligence report, and that caused you a lot of anguish. You remember that?
Oh, there's been so many fake ones, so one doesn't know which one you're referring to. But again, as a general proposition, as the chair says, I have been the subject of various forms of what you've described, so yes.
Yes. And that's what I'm saying. It's wrong to do that without evidence. For someone to say Mr. Gordhan is a threat to national security or whatever without any evidence, that is painful and wrong, correct?
Generally, yes, but it happens.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, that's the point I want to make. And yet the proposition I want to put to you is that you have gone around accusing every public official who has ever made an adverse decision against you as a practitioner of state capture without a shred of evidence. Would you agree with that statement?
No.
Okay. You have no evidence that Mr. Moyane was part of state capture, do you?
As I said,
Personally, I'm sorry, Mr. Gordhan, I'm sorry to interrupt you. In the mode of the way Mr. Chaskalson was putting the questions to you, you have no personal evidence known to you that Mr. Moyane was part of state capture, apart from gossip?
Hang on, before he answers, before you answer, Mr. Gordhan, Mr. Mpofu, if you say it in the context of a particular formulation, you might wish to go to that page so that he can also have a look.
Yes, no, normal.
But if it's not important.
No, Chairperson, I'm not. I'm paraphrasing. I'm not quoting.
Okay.
Let me just
repeat.
In fairness to you, Mr. Gordhan, because of that exchange, I'll repeat the question. You have no evidence, direct or indirect, that Mr. Moyane was part of state capture.
no, I do.
You do. Good.
Yes.
Do you have evidence that President Zuma was part of state capture or corruption?
That's not a relevant matter here.
Answer the question. It's not for you to talk about relevance. Answer the question. You're just a witness. Do you have any evidence that... Do you have any... Listen, You have to answer the question. I can't be doing this. Otherwise, we're not going to finish today.
Hang on, Mr. Mpofu. Bearing in mind the scope of today's evidence, I'm not sure whether allegations about whether Mr. Zuma was part of state capture, whether it's part of what should be dealt with, unless you,
yes, let me explain, Chair.
Persuade, you indicate why.
Well, according to the Gordhan theory on this state capture issue, Mr. Moyane, who was appointed by President Zuma, appointed him, among other things, to capture the national treasury. And he gave evidence in this commission about how Mr. Moyane was appointed by President Zuma. And obviously, and there are many passages, I'll refer you if you want, Chair, where the link is made between the alleged disrespect and all that, owing to the fact that Mr. Moyane had these connections in high places. So Mr. Moyane, in that analogy, is, let's call it one of the foot soldiers, but the kingpin is former President Zuma. So if the kingpin, if you have no evidence on the kingpin, then it's unlikely to have evidence on the foot soldiers. That's where I'm going with this. So it's relevant directly to Mr. Moyane. Do you have, or do you not have that evidence?
I'm not sure. Mr. Chaskalson, do you have something to say, Ms. Leroux? Okay, let me just...
Chair, I do have a concern about this for a different reason, which is, I do think it goes quite a long way away from the terms of reference. And normally one might grant some latitude, but there's a very different concern here, which is Mr. Mpofu is actually inviting the witness to make a series of allegations against President Zuma or former President Zuma, who himself has been given no notice of that line of cross-examination. And I'm not sure that that's a process that we should... it's not just a question of latitude of cross-examination, it's also a fairness to a third party who wouldn't have been appraised of Rule 3.3 rights and the like.
Yes, okay. Ms. Leroux, okay, let me hear Ms. Leroux, but they should just sanitize before you...
Chair, I won't touch anything so we don't delay.
All right.
Chair, we do object to the expansion of the scope, not only because of the impact it has on Mr. Zuma's rights, but also because my learned friend, since the lunch adjournment, has mentioned things about the so-called rogue unit, about racism and arrogance and acrimony, about bias and hostility. These are all topics that you ruled that he did not have leave to cross-examine on. And so we do need to ensure that the questions actually cover the 5 questions that you gave leave on, which is whether Mr. Moyane, as SARS Commissioner, advanced state capture, and whether, when he laid criminal charges, he was advancing state capture. And otherwise, we're going to undo your 2 rulings. And that's the concern that I have.
Well, Mr. Mpofu?
Yes, Chairperson, yes. Look, I'm not going to go to war on
this
for
one.
Mr. Zuma.
Yes, okay.
But I'm saying the issue is directly connected. And by the way, just to go back to what the witness, when he denied the issue of hostility and said not really, he says in his statement at 127.4.
What page?
That's page 47. I hope we are using the same bundle.
Which statement is this?
That's the statement you made to the Commission in 2018.
That's not the clarificatory affidavit, is it?
No, Chair. It's the original statement.
There's no 7.4.
127.4.
Is that the paragraph?
Yes.
on what I've been
What's it?
given, there is no 127.4.
But, okay, let me read it out, Chair, just to save time. It says, Mr. Michael Hurley attempted to mediate the dispute on behalf of the former President Zuma. However, he, Mr. Zuma, appeared reluctant to personally intervene to end the hostility and lack of accountability from Mr. Moyane evident in our relationship. Yeah, so this was but this is just one of the areas where there is a relationship made between Mr. Zuma's alleged inaction, so to speak. I think even the chair commented later as to was there any intervention from Mr. Zuma, and the witness said no.
Yes.
But
I prefer your attitude that you are not going to go to war on
no,
this one.
I won't,
Yeah.
because otherwise
Yeah.
we're just going to be
Yeah,
way late again.
Let's move on, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have no evidence that Mr. Moyane was part of state corruption. You said you do have. What is that evidence?
You might want to look at the report of the commission chaired by Judge Nugent.
No. If I were you, I would stay away from the commission chaired by Judge Nugent. I'm saying before the commission...
You are not me, would you?
Yes, I'm not you, thank God. I'm saying that
Thank God.
the commission of Judge Nugent came in 2018, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the precise date, Chair.
Well, I can tell you, it was in May, June 2018. Before that, you did not think that Mr. Moyane, or actually the report came even later in October, November. Before that, you did not think Mr. Moyane was part of state capture.
No, as I explained earlier, Chair, so we seem to be going around the block on the same questions, but let me answer that. I said earlier on that the real hostilities at the beginning I place at the door of Mr. Moyane. However, counsel was briefed in this regard. He is the one who initiated what I refer to as the letter from his attorneys demanding certain things of me, firstly. Secondly, post my appointment on the 13th or 14th of December 2015, back as a Minister of Finance, it is he who says that in respect of leave forms, he will submit them to the presidency. If he wanted time off, he will discuss it at the presidency. When asked for certain types of information, it would be not available. So there was, on the question of the operating model, which I referred to earlier on, I said, let's review it and let me understand it. He went ahead with the appointments. On the question of bonuses being paid, I said, hold it. I think it was a Friday. Let's discuss it again on Monday. He went ahead later that afternoon and instructed that those bonuses be paid. When he was challenged by the Auditor General, who passed away recently, on that particular question, he threatened to take the Auditor General to court. Now, those are clear elements of evidence of somebody who is basically a Director General and operates at that level within government, is basically saying, I am not going to respect your office, not me the person, the office. I am not going to cooperate with you on elementary matters such as leave. When Minister Nene was the Minister of Finance, his leave forms were submitted to the Ministry of Finance for approval. As soon as I was appointed, he said, no, I'll get my leave from the presidency. I report to the presidency.
Yes. Do you even remember what the question was?
Well, it doesn't rely, no, may I finish, please?
No, but you can't finish when you're not answering the question. Do you remember what the question was, with due respect, Mr. Gordhan?
You asked whether there's evidence.
No,
There's
that's not the question I was asking you. I knew you'd forgotten the question. You're just rambling on. The question was, did you, before Mr. Nugent's report, did you think Mr. Moyane was part of state capture or not? It's got nothing to do with leave forms. Yes or no?
Okay, Mr. Gordhan, you wanted to say something while Mr. Mpofu was speaking.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, the answer is yes, evidence of refusing to account within the normal framework that government operates with by an individual who subsequently does whatever the Nugent Commission found, some of which I referred to, in relation to doing away with, destroying entities that were crucial to tax compliance, which in fact is directly related to whether poor people have hospitals, clinics or not at the end of the day. So that's my first point. The second point, Chair, that I was going to raise earlier on is, am I expected to return in kind the kind of comment Mr. Mpofu is now allowing himself to make about rambling on? I'm not rambling on. I'm very precise about what I am saying.
Precise?
But
Okay.
Hang on, Mr. Mpofu. Hang on, Mr. Mpofu. Yes, continue, Mr. Gordhan.
So all I'm saying is, can you leave that for the theater later? And can we stick to the questions which I'm ready to answer?
Okay, and can you stick to the answers?
Okay,
Do you see, honestly, do you remember the question, Mr. Gordhan?
You asked for examples or stroke evidence of state capture. I
No.
gave you one set of instances.
No.
If you want, go back to my initial evidence before the commission at paragraphs 9 onwards, where I make reference to state capture and where there are examples of the classic signs of state capture. And you'll find that there's a correlation between what happened at the Revenue Service and what the state capture concept attempts to capture.
Okay.
And that is, get rid of good people.
Yes. Okay.
Destroy things that actually work.
Yeah.
Give, for example, VAT refunds.
Chairperson, honestly, you have to intervene now. This is not
okay,
the question I've put. He's answering his own question.
Okay, Mr. Gordhan, let Mr. Mpofu say something about your answer, whether you remember what the question was.
Mr. Gordhan, you know, the effect of what you're doing is that we're not going to finish this evidence today, and we will have to come back because I'm going to ask you these questions. That is not, you answered that question. I will come back to it about evidence. The effect of you going on like you're going is that you forget what I asked. I'm asking the question for the third time. Before Judge Nugent's report, which was released in October, November 2018, did you believe Mr. Moyane was involved in state capture, yes or no?
The indications were certainly there.
Did you believe that Mr. Moyane was part of state capture before the Nugent report? It's a simple question, Mr. Gordhan, really. We can't have, you want the country to be watching this.
Yes, Mr. Gordhan?
Can I respond?
Yes, yes.
In my statement, at various stages, I'm trying to find the right reference.
The best.
I say at paragraph 14, on page 8, 14, and I quote, I must emphasize that my knowledge and my understanding of state capture, like that of the rest of the country, evolved over time. In other words, as one began to see certain activities...
Yes, hang on, Mr. Gordhan. The best way is to start by saying, yes, I believed that Mr. Moyane had participated in acts of state capture, if that's what you believed before the Judge Nugent report, or you start by saying, no, at that time I did not believe so. And then you might have been asked from when you started to believe that he had taken part in state capture. If you start the answer like that, it helps to make it clear what the answer is. And then if you need to clarify, then you can clarify in due course.
Thank you,
thank you for your guidance.
Yes.
I actually said that in my own words. I said that I certainly picked up activities, and I gave examples of some, there are many others, which indicated that this was eventually what we call state capture of an institution known as the South African Revenue Service. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, but I think it's not clear yet because Mr. Pofu's question seeks to determine the time when you might have formed that belief. Was it before Judge Nugent's report, maybe before that you suspected, but it was not a belief. Maybe the belief came after, or maybe the belief was there before the Judge Nugent report. I think that's what he's very interested in.
Let me try to get the chronology right, Chairperson.
Yes, okay.
If you give me a minute.
Okay.
And because recollecting when exactly some of these things happen is going to be a bit difficult.
Yes, well,
but the notion of state capture, Chairperson, for example, at the funeral of the icon Ahmed Kathrada on the 29th of March 2017, I think South Africans began to realize in the memorial thereafter, where the concept of connecting the dots began to actually emerge. So, yes, I think the concept, the notion of state capture was beginning to gel prior to the Nugent report.
Yes, but you are talking in general. You're not talking about yourself. If you can't remember as from when you started believing that Mr. Moyane had pursued or was pursuing state capture at SARS, then you say, look, I can't remember from when. But if you do remember, you say it was from that time.
Well, that's what I attempted to do by looking at the chronology, Chair.
Yes,
so,
but I think what you read to me with regard to the funeral of Mr. Kathrada was more about what you think you say the people in South Africa began to believe, whereas the question is more about your belief.
No, that's why I referred to the memorial, Chair, of the late Ahmed Kathrada, which took place a day or two later at the Johannesburg City Hall, when I referred to the concept of connecting the dots, so that that picture of what we eventually call state capture was certainly gelling in my mind at that point in time. Whether I called it state capture, I don't know.
Yes, but the gelling, was it a belief at that stage, or was it something less than a belief? And number one. Number two, was it in relation, did it include a belief that Mr. Moyane was one of the people who were pursuing the state capture agenda? I think that's the important part that Mr. Mpofu is trying to establish, because I think he wants to know from when you began to believe that his client was engaged or had been engaged in acts of state capture.
Certainly the activities that I began to see from 2016 personally at SARS when I was Minister of Finance led me to believe that Mr. Moyane was engaging in activities that could be described as contributing to state capture.
Yes, okay, all right. Mr. Mpofu?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yes,
thank you. I'm grateful to you, Chair.
I should say this. I take that, Mr. Gordhan, to mean that long before Judge Nugent's report, when you looked at those activities on the part of Mr. Moyane, you associated them with what you later understood to be state capture. Is that right?
No, Chair, that's not, no.
That's right, Chair.
It's
okay, no, Chair, you're putting words in his mouth. He didn't say...
Just formulate it the way you understand it, yeah?
It's very simple, actually. This should not have taken 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So the answer that you're giving is that you became aware of Mr. Moyane's involvement in state capture around about 2016, and that's before the Nugent Commission. So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Now, so if that is the case, then your belief about Mr. Moyane's involvement in state capture cannot be sourced from the Nugent report, which came 2 years later. And the point I want to make is that and I want to come now to your favorite subject about leave forms and so on. All that the fact that he was not asking you for leave and all that, in your mind, means that he was involved in state capture. Is that is that your evidence?
So as I understand it, Chair, Mr. Mpofu has asked two questions. The first is in relation to what I've just said about my knowledge and impressions prior to the Nugent Commission.
Yes.
And which the Nugent Commission's report, both the interim report in particular and the final report, amplified in detail about the kind of damage, as Justice Nugent described it, was done by Mr. Moyane, which he described as a calamity for SARS. So that's the first response in relation to, so what the Judge Nugent reported, it amplified and gave in a lot more detail what really happened at SARS, which I presume is the task that he was given. The second question is in relation to leave forms, etc. Those administrative matters are merely one set of examples, or one set of examples of the defiance and the hostility and accountability that Mr. Moyane thought he had to the office of the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, thank you. What on earth has that got to do with state capture?
Oh, it has everything to do with it. Because
What?
part of, sorry, may I, have you finished your question?
No, sorry, I thought you had finished your answer. Yes. What has it got to do with state capture?
No, part of state capture is to take control of an institution, either at a board level or CEO level, so this is a CEO level. Secondly, is to protect yourself from any interrogation or transparency in relation to the kind of damage that is caused within the institution. So the refusal to discuss the operating model, the question of bonuses, all add up to that kind of refusal. And the third is to then go about repurposing an institution or parts of the institution. So generally, for example, in state-owned entities, the repurposing took place in two broad centers: procurement on the one hand, and the treasury function on the other hand. So from institution to institution, that might, the locus of the repurposing might change, but what is clear is that within that general picture, you had a commissioner at SARS who ensured that he owed no accountability and therefore didn't allow any transparency, and therefore he wouldn't allow any kind of interrogation or inquiry into what was really going on in the organization.
Yes, thank you.
Similar things applied to, for example, the FIC report, Chair, which the then Commissioner received in relation to Mr. Makwakwa. In which that
Yes,
was,
okay. Okay, I think you have given enough examples to show your understanding. Mr. Mpofu?
Yes, well, you have given in more than enough, but you have not answered the question. You know, Mr. Gordhan, my professional assistant sometimes doesn't come to ask me for leave, and she takes leave without permission. And she tries to take control of her office. I'm asking you a question. That is just a question of maybe insubordination. What has all that got to do with state capture? Can you educate us? Let's assume Mr. Moyane used the wrong process of taking leave for a minute. What on earth, what does that got to do with state capture?
Okay, just Mr. Mpofu, just to make sure that Mr. Gordhan is not going to deal with matters that you are not having in mind. Are you talking about the leave forms?
Yes, okay,
Yeah,
let's do it bit by bit. Let's start with the leave forms. Yes, I think that's better, Chair. Sorry. Yes.
So the question, Mr. Gordhan, is what does Mr. Moyane's refusal give you leave forms or to refusal to fill in leave forms have to do with state capture? Just the leave forms.
That's what I elaborated on, Chair, earlier on. So to save us time, I won't repeat myself. That
Yes.
This is part of a pattern.
As I understood it, the part that certainly could relate to the leave forms is that you said, and I want you to confirm, that that refusal in relation to leave forms on his part was part of a refusal to account to you, which would be part of what people who want to engage in state capture would do. Is my understanding correct?
In this particular instance, Chair.
Yes, okay. Mr. Mpofu.
Yes, well, okay, then let's take it to that step. Let's assume Mr. Moyane refused to account to you. What on earth has that got to do with state capture? Is that a criminal offense, refusing to account to you? Because state capture is a criminal offense, we know.
Well, in terms of the PFMA, there's a particular set of accountabilities. So depending on which particular section of the PFMA you refer to, it could constitute a criminal offense. But I don't think that you want to, or rather, we should allow the impression to be created in the public mind that this is about the pettiness of a leave form. It's a lot more than that. Accountability is an absolutely crucial part of any democracy in the world, including South Africa.
I agree.
So if there is an absence of accountability, which I explained earlier on, and I won't repeat that, because then you're going to say I'm taking too long, but that's a part of a contribution towards repurposing an institution.
Okay, I'm giving up on that answer. I was saying, I will come back to this. I was saying that you have accused every public official who has ever made an adverse decision against you to be a practitioner of state capture. And the examples I was giving, and I want you to comment, where I gave the example of President Zuma, which there was an objection, but other people that you have accused of state capture who have made adverse findings against you include Mr. Sean Abrams and the public protector, correct?
Now, firstly, your general notion, I don't accept. Secondly,
yes. The specific one?
Again, Chairperson is interrupting me while I'm talking.
No, he's just asking you to specify the general notion with which you don't agree that you are referring to. You said his general...
transcription service yet. His first comment was, I accuse every public official who issues an unfavorable finding of state capture. I say that's the proposition I do not accept.
Okay, all right, yes.
Is that clearly understood?
Yeah, continue, yes.
Right. The second point he then raises is the former president on the one hand and Mr. Sean Abrams on the other hand.
And the public protector.
For the commission.
Oh, he was just adding that the public protector is another one that he mentioned, but you can take them one by one.
So where relevant, Chairperson, I have indicated the kind of role that the former president has played in my evidence before you in November 2018. In relation to Mr. Abrams, I certainly believe that he played a role, and it's now common knowledge and generally accepted amongst the South African public, which is growing impatient by the lack of people involved in corruption and state capture not appearing in orange uniforms behind jail bars, that the NPA itself was compromised. I don't have details, but it's well accepted, and I imagine the Commission will be looking at it at some stage. In relation to the public protector, whatever I have to say is an affidavit before various courts. Thank you.
Mr. Mpofu.
So again, you accuse all those people of being practitioners of state capture without any evidence, or what you call, you don't have the details?
You didn't ask me for details.
I'm asking you. Okay, what evidence have you got of the involvement of the public protector in state capture?
No, Chairperson, I think this is beyond the scope of what I'm here for.
The chair will be here. Mr. Gordhan, please, I don't want to waste time. I'm sorry to interrupt you. The chairperson is here. He knows when the question is not fair. You said you are not a lawyer. Your job is to answer the questions, not to make rulings.
My job is also not to accept instructions from you, Advocate Mpofu.
Do you have or do you not have evidence that the public protector was involved in state capture?
Hang on.
Chairperson, let me make it absolutely clear that I am not on trial here. It is Advocate Mpofu's client who must come and testify what he did at SARS, not me.
Okay, let's
Second
take.
point, Chairperson, I'm appealing to you whether I must answer questions in relation to the public protector and whether that's the scope you intended.
Let's pause. Let's pause. Mr. Mpofu, just repeat what your question was.
Yes,
okay.
It's a follow-up question, Chair. The first,
Yes.
remember the proposition. As you said, when we ask a question, we start with a general and then a specific proposition. The question was whether he goes around accusing every public official who has made an adverse finding against him, and he said no. Then I made these examples, then he dealt with each one of them. Now I'm asking the third follow-up, which is, did he make the accusations against these people without evidence? And that's it. It flows from the proposition I was making about him making such accusations against Mr. Moyane without evidence.
Well, apart from the issue of the scope, the issue that Mr. Chaskalson raised earlier on becomes relevant, namely, you may be inviting him now to put up in the public domain details of what he might consider to be evidence of state capture by people who have not been notified. They might
No,
be
but he has already done
mentioned.
I didn't want to respond to that. What Mr. Chaskalson was saying does not apply.
But I don't
Because
have
the
that here.
witness, I'm sorry, Chair, I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying I don't have that here, that he has made, for example, allegations against the public protector relating to state capture. It's not something that I'm aware of in front of.
Yes, but the witness is aware of it. And
Yes.
Chair, with the greatest respect, part of cross-examination goes to the credibility of the witness. So I cannot be confined. If he has already answered the question, he should not have answered the question about those individuals. I can't be stopped when it starts to hurt. I'm simply asking the question of whether those accusations, which he has testified about here, not in his statement in front of you 10 minutes ago, about Mr. Abrams and the public protector, that he made them without evidence. It flows from his evidence now, not from anything else. And as far as Mr. Zuma is concerned, which is Mr. Chaskalson's point, the questions I was putting flow from the evidence which was given in 2018, but I will come to that. That's why I said I don't want to go to war on that particular issue. But whether this witness has a propensity to accuse people without evidence, including Mr. Moyane, cannot be said to be out of the scope. That A to E deals with exactly that.
Yes. Let me hear what Mr. Chaskalson and Ms. Leroux have to say. Mr. Chaskalson.
Chair, I would repeat my earlier objection. The issue as to whether Mr. Gordhan has evidence to support his allegations against Mr. Moyane is the issue we're here to deal with today. In relation to other individuals, at best it goes to an issue of credibility, but if it does, then Mr. Mpofu is bound by the answer of the witness, and the witness said, yes, he has got evidence. Mr. Mpofu shouldn't be allowed to go further than that because it's just an issue of credibility. And it's also collateral to the central issues, and one that is inviting a witness to implicate parties who've been given no notice that potentially serious allegations are going to be made against them.
Let me hear Ms. Leroux as well before Ms. Leroux.
Thank you, Chair. We would obviously align ourselves with Mr. Chaskelson's submissions. As I understand Mr. Mpofu's, the thrust of the question is to say what you've done to Tom Moyane, you've done to others. The witness has dealt with the others that were identified, and we can surely move on to actually get back to Mr. Moyane, rather than waste time on parties who are not here, have not been warned, and quite honestly, that evidence is not within the scope of what you've ruled. So I would ask that we get a ruling that we go back to why he says Mr. Moyane was part of state capture.
Mr. Mpofu.
Chairperson, well, firstly, Ms. Leroux agrees with Mr. Chaskalson, but Mr. Chaskalson is wrong. So must she be. Because the answer that Mr. Chaskalson is referring to was an answer to a different question about Mr. Moyane, which was given, not to the question I'm dealing with now about the others. And this is a matter of credibility, unless if you're saying, Chair, the proposition, that's why I start with the proposition, so that it's not mysterious where I'm going with the proposition. And if the Chair rules that the proposition I put, which is that this witness has a propensity to accuse people without evidence, if that is not relevant to A to E, then I will move to another question. But in my respectful submission, it is.
Let's take a short adjournment and let me see counsel in my chambers.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Gordhan, we are going to take a short adjournment for me to have a discussion.
Can I give one response to the ultimate issue raised, Chair, if I may, for just half a minute?
Really, Chair.
Hang on, Mr. Gordhan. Let me just...
You want us to do it after the agenda?
Let me talk to counsel, and when we come back, depending on what comes out, it might or might not be necessary for you to say anything.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll adjourn. We'll wait for Mr. Gordhan to appear on the screen again. Okay, Mr. Gordhan, the agreement between myself and council on all sides is that this question is going to be parked, and if the need still exists for it, Mr. Mpofu will come back to it later at the end of his questions, and we can look at it then as to what should happen. It may be that argument might need to be addressed to me whether I should allow it or not, but it will be parked so that we can make progress. He will continue with other questions. And if, as he continues, there are other questions that might be problematic like this one, also those will be parked. And then when he's done, we can then now apply our minds to all of those questions that will have been parked. You understand?
I understand, Chair. May I just make one remark?
Yes, yes.
I just want to say for the record, in response to the question about propensity of accusing people, that is not true. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let's continue. Mr. Mpofu, I will bear in mind the 5 minutes or so of your cross-examination time that was taken by the meeting in chambers.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Right. Then the next issue was what I call...
Obviously, I'm sorry, Mr. Mpofu, obviously it's important that all concerned just note the actual question correctly so that when we come back to them, we know exactly what the question was.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Moving on, again, I said I was hoping to move quickly through the what I call not the core stuff. Mr. Moyane gives the following examples of what he calls your pettiness and jealousies. That you accept that he was the first commissioner of SARS to collect 1 trillion rands, correct?
It might be correct. I have to check the records.
Well, he was the first, and the 2nd trillion was also collected by him, and the 3rd one. But yes, you can check your records. But when the first...
You might be, if I may comment, Chair,
yes.
might be misunderstood to say that SARS now collects 3 trillion. It doesn't. But I understand where it's going. So no. There's no dispute. We can go on with that.
Okay. No, that's exactly what I mean. He was the first commissioner, not you, who collected the 1 trillion rand for South Africa. Anyway, I'm saying that when he did that, you did not even congratulate him. Do you remember that?
No, I can't remember that.
Okay. And do you remember that you did not ask him, you asked him specifically actually not to come to the press conference for the budget, which is a tradition in South Africa that the Commissioner of SARS attends that?
No, I think there's a misunderstanding, Chairperson, on that question. It is, there are 3 or 4 people who are seated at the head table when these press conferences take place before the budget announcements at 2 p.m. on a budget day. And it's the minister's discretion as to whether, for example, the governor of the Reserve Bank, if there's something important to say on foreign exchange, for example, or if there might be relevant taxation questions, to invite the SARS commissioner to attend. So it's not a right by any means.
Yes.
The Minister of Finance exercises his or her discretion in each of these particular regards.
Yes, no, I accept that. It's not a right. That's why I said it's protocol. All I'm saying is that you, using that minister's discretion that you referred to, you used the discretion to exclude Mr. Moyane from that press conference, correct?
Chair, was that
Not
Mr.
at the press
2016.
conference. That's why I differentiated, Chair.
What did you exclude him from?
I'm sorry. Hang on. I just wanted clarification which year we are talking about when this happened.
2016 budget. That would be
2016
February 2016.
Okay, all right.
In other words, for the year 2016-17.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Gordhan, Mr. Mpofu says you used your discretion, ministerial discretion, to exclude Mr. Moyane at that press conference. And I think he says, why did you use it to exclude him? Mr. Mpofu, do confirm if I'm right.
Yes, I confirm you are right, Chair. If you, I'll even confirm more if you allow me.
Okay, I will allow you.
May I respond, Chair?
Wait for him to clarify because I want him to confirm whether I got his question right.
Yes, you did, Chair, and yes, I just confirmed with the client. That was the pre-budget press conference of 2016, where he
was excluded.
Well, yeah, Mr. Gordhan told me, the Deputy Minister, Jonas, to tell Mr. Moyane not to attend.
Okay, and part of your question was, why did he use his discretion to exclude him?
No, just to confirm that he did so.
Okay. Okay, so basically, Mr. Mpofu wanted you to confirm that you did use your ministerial discretion to exclude Mr. Moyane in the budget press conference of 2016, February 2016.
That's only half correct, Chair, as I was explaining. There are two seating arrangements in the GCIS venue at 120 Plain Street. The first, as I had already explained, is there are 3 or 4 chairs at the head table where normally the Minister, Deputy Minister, and Director General and the spokesperson are present. And then depending on the import of a particular question, the Governor of the Reserve Bank might be there, or the SARS Commissioner might be there. That's the head table. In the audience at the press conference, there are probably 150 to 200 seats. Many of them will be filled by the media, but also officials that are relevant from the Treasury or SARS or similar institution like the Reserve Bank. All I did was to say it's not necessary for him to be at the head table because there were no relevant questions as far as I was concerned. But he could attend the press conference and take a seat like anybody else in the 150 or 200 seats. So that's the clarity I was seeking to provide.
Mr. Mpofu?
Chair, if I can just have 1 second.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gordhan. Okay, so we agree that you used your discretion to exclude him, whichever way you look at it.
From the head table, but not from the conference, I think.
Yes.
Mr. Gordhan, am I correct? You accept that you used your discretion to exclude him from the head table, but not from the conference?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's not, Mr. Moyane's evidence will be that you sent Mr. Jonas to exclude him from the press conference itself. Actually, for the first time, at least in democratic history, the Commissioner for SARS was excluded from that activity, and he had to go to Parliament on his own, not with the other colleagues.
I have no recollection of that, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. Well, that's what happened. Anyway, I accept that you have no recollection of it. But
maybe it might be important to Mr. Gordhan to be clear whether you have no recollection even whether you excluded him from the conference as opposed to from the head table, or whether what it is that you say you have no recollection of.
The precise question I thought was that I sent Deputy Minister Jonas of that time to convey a message to Mr. Moyane. I have no recollection of that.
Oh, that is what you have no recollection of, yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
And then reference is made to the democratic era. I wasn't present in press conferences from 1994 to about 2000 and something, in the early 2000s. So I don't know whether that was a tradition. I think traditions changed over time because there were different ministers of finance. There was Mr. Liebenberg, if you recall, Mr. Keyes before that, immediately after the 1994 election.
Yeah,
And
basically you don't know about, yeah. Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you, point made. Now, those are just some of the evidence of what he calls pettiness and petty jealousies, as I said. So now let's come to the important stuff. You said that, I also said that he says one of your motivations is racism, and you made some comments about that. So let me just take you through that accusation. Because, as I said, we don't believe in making accusations which are not backed up. You should know, I'm just as a South African, again, please distinguish between the general questions and the specific ones. You know some of the manifestations of a racist attitude. I'm sure that at some level you yourself might have been a victim of some form of racism. As a general statement, as a South African, you accept that, correct?
Just repeat the proposition.
Yes. You know some of the manifestations of racist attitudes, particularly in South Africa?
Yes.
Yes, thanks. And you know that some of the most crass forms of racism would include to dehumanize the person they're talking to, calling them monkeys and baboons and so on. Let's call that the penny sparrow type of racism. You know that?
I am aware of it, yes.
Yes. And you also know that another form is to insult a person directly or indirectly by mocking their hair or their lips or whatever. And let's call that the cliques type of racism. You are aware?
I didn't hear the question. Could you repeat that, please?
Another form would be to insult a person directly by, for example, making references to their hair or any other physical attribute. Yeah. Agreed?
Yes, sure.
And then another form of racism, which is more common in South Africa, is to belittle, particularly African people. It's probably the most annoying, belittling, calling them boys or girls. I mean, calling an 80-year-old person a boy or a girl. You know about that form?
With references to other groups in South Africa, coolies or other things as well.
Yes.
But generally, black people have been subjected to racism of different forms, yes.
Yes, no. I know, I'm specifically talking about African people. I know that there are other victims of racism and even sexism. But my question is just about racism against African people. So that form of the belittling is the one that, as I say, we'll call it what Mr. Moyane would refer to as the Pravin Gordhan type of racism. Now, you had, and that racism goes, all of those go to the attacking the dignity of the person and disrespecting them, correct?
Well, it depends which question you're asking, Mr. Mpofu. So, Chair, the first point is the so-called Pravin Gordhan forms of racism. I deny any form of racism or racist behavior. The second question is about attacking. I don't attack people on the basis of race, on the basis of their performance or their competence. There might be criticism of it, there might be questions asked, and there might be inquiries made. And if somebody feels inadequate because they don't know their subject matter, they might perceive it as belittling, but that's the normal exchange between an accountable person and the accounting authority, in this case the executive authority as described in the PFMA. Yes. So it can easily be misunderstood, but that's not my practice.
Yes. No, thank you, Chair. No, I was Actually, in fairness to the question, to the witness, I did attribute this to him. So
Yes.
it was not just a general question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Gordhan. The point that I'm really coming to is that racism takes many forms, and some of it is probably only understood by the victims. It might be just the tone of voice that somebody uses against you. There are certain catchwords like, being called a boy or a girl or a little person, or being called cheeky. I mean, some of us have been called cheeky kephas. It's those kinds of things. Sometimes it's the tone, sometimes it's the words. Do you agree?
Well, I myself have been called cheeky by the former security branch in the pre-1994 period.
Yes.
But that means you're not cooperating.
Yes,
But,
thank you.
I don't know what the import of your question is, but let me note what you're saying, and let's move on to the next question.
Yes, no, that's good.
I think Mr. Mpofu seeks confirmation from you whether you agree that sometimes when some people call somebody cheeky, it could be a form of racism.
Yes. In other words, they wouldn't say it to. Yes, they might not say it, like the security branch example is a good one. They wouldn't say it to each other, but they would say it to you. So it was a form of belittling you. You accept that?
Yes, so I think that's the general proposition is putting for your comment.
Chair, I think there's cheeky as in hostile, and there's cheeky in the kind of context that you and Mr. Mpofu seem to be describing.
Yes.
So I think we need to distinguish between the two, and I repeat that none of my behavior can be equated to racism.
Yes. No, fair enough. I'm simply saying that you accept that those are some of the signals, belittling, tone, using certain catchwords like cheeky and so on. Those are just some of the telltale. It doesn't mean, people can even belittle each other even if they are both of the same race. I'm just saying that those are some of the signs that you perceive as a victim. I'm sure you accept that.
I accept that, and at the same time, that same kind of behavior could well be, as I said earlier on, be a manifestation of lack of accountability. It could be a manifestation of deliberate hostility, and depending on the context one applies it in, it could have different meanings, as you say and I say.
Yes, thank you. Now, if you can go to TSM 109, just page 109, sorry, Chair, keep on referring.
Yes, okay, before you proceed, Mr. Mpofu, let me mention just so that we are on the same page. I think we are 3 minutes away from 3:45, which would have been the end of 2 hours, but I added 15 minutes earlier. I'll add 5 minutes, so I think the 2 hours will end at 4:05. And then we'll take it from there.
We'll take it from there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Page 109. Are you there?
I beg your pardon?
It's page 109 of which
109.
bundle?
TSM, so that would be...
There is...
it's called Exhibit N3.
N3, they didn't make sure that we all have the same thing, but
Yes.
I think there are only 2 that are being used, so it must be N3A.
Yes, this is the one that was sent by the Commission last week. So
Yeah.
I'm sure it's the latest one.
Okay, all right. Mr. Gordhan, do you understand which bundle?
I'm trying to find that I have 104, 106, 107.
Yes, it has. They have both the typed numbers, but there are also numbers written in Koki pen.
It's TMZ3.
Yes.
Annexa TMZ3 at page 109. It's I think it's a telephone conversation.
It's easiest for me to track the TSM number.
Okay, yeah.
In this case, they are both 109, fortunately.
Yeah, it is TSM 109. I think all the page numbers are TSM, but we don't, we just mention the page number.
I don't seem to have it, but let me hear the question and see if I can address it here.
Are your bundles, your files, liver arch files, are they written on the spine N3? Are they written N3?
Give me a moment.
Yeah, okay.
Exhibit N3, that's the same one Mr. Charles Carlson took you to earlier where you were reading your affidavit at page 786.
No, but that's
Well, no, I don't think that's the one, Mr.
No, that's not the one.
That's not the one. I think Mr. Charles Carlson had one file. We have more than one.
Yes, but the page numbers were the same. Mr.
You see
the transcript, Ms.
one-
Leroux is trying to help.
Okay,
Chair.
1 second. The one where Mr. Gordhan's clarificatory affidavit is the one we had before you referred us to this one. So if he has two liver arch files like me, then he should not be looking at the one that has got his clarificatory affidavit. He should be looking at the other one.
Yes, Ms. Leroux thinks it will help if I tell him that it's the transcript, it's the bundle with the
Yes.
transcript.
The bundle with the transcript, Mr. Gordhan?
Let me find it here.
Of the phone call,
Yes, we should all
the one
have,
with the transcript of the telephone conversation.
we should have all had the same files marked in the same way.
Mr. Charles Carlson says it's in 3A. Ms. Leroux says
1040.
The page number is 109. The file is written on the spine N3A.
yes, apparently it appears twice, Chair, so that's the same.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
So we'll use the Cocky pen numbers because they correspond with the TSM numbers anyway. Sure. Yes, that's the one, Mr. Gordhan. It's marked TMZ3. Are you there?
Yeah, no, the number I have is TSM 1040. It's a transcript of a telephone conversation between myself and Mr. Moyane.
Yes. Okay, fine. I'll use those numbers.
We might all have different numbers.
Let's go to the same numbers, otherwise we'll get confused. Are you able to... Mr. Mpofu, are you using the other bundle?
Yes, Chair, it doesn't really matter. I'll use any bundle. I can use the numbering that the witness prefers.
It's just that in the one bundle, the page numbers might be different. And if you say page so and so, I might go to a wrong page.
I'll use both, Chair, to save time.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
all right, okay. All right. You are ready, Mr. Gordhan?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Mpofu.
Yes. So if you go to TSM 110, which will be 1041 on your numbering.
Yes.
Yes. Then turn to the next page, 111, which is 1042.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'll just read a few extracts and then I'll ask you other questions afterwards. This is a conversation between you and Mr. Moyane where you were shouting at him about some statement made about a judge. We have the audio, but this is a transcript thereof. So if it's necessary to hand over the audio to the commission, we will do so. But this should be sufficient.
We know what date it was, just for the sake of completeness, but if we don't, it's okay. Of the
Chair,
conversation.
no, not readily, but I will check on that, Chair, because this was
Yes.
also an annex, Chair, to an affidavit in the High Court.
Okay.
So it might have been dated in that
Yes.
document. I'll check on that.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Okay, Mr. Gordhan, let's start at 111, which is 1042. It says there, firstly, you participated in this conversation, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Okay, there you say, it says, Tom, it says,
Tell us from which line you're starting to
it's
read.
21, Chair.
Okay.
Why should I keep quiet when he makes those blasphemous statements about us, says Tom. And then it says, Pravin, Says, I just told you you are a public servant, you are not God. You remember that?
Oh, okay, now I see. That is around line marginal.
It is 21 to 24.
About 20, 21, 2, 3, 23, line
Yes.
23. Okay, all right. Yeah, may continue.
Yes, remember that one? I'll ask you the questions later. Then he says to you at 1043 or 112 against the letter 12, he says, I think, sir, you also should treat me with respect. You are shouting at me. And then Pravin says, I'm not shouting at you.
I'm sorry. I can see where Mr. Gordhan says, I just told you, you are a public servant, you are not God.
Yes, that was the previous reference. I'm
Yes,
moving
but
to the
I want
next.
to find out whether in regard to that page, is that all you wanted
That's
to
all,
draw
yes,
my
that's why I've
attention?
moved to the
Okay.
next page. Yeah.
All right. Then the next would be on what page?
The next page, 1043
Okay.
or 112.
Right.
Lines 11
Yes.
to 12, Chair. Yes. As I said, if we have to play the audio, we will. But then he says, I think, sir, you should treat me with respect. You are shouting at me, then it becomes inaudible. So he says, I'm not shouting at you. And then Tom says, no, that's fine. Pravin, and if you start shouting, then it doesn't matter. Tom, that's fine. Pravin, you keep using shouting as an excuse. Tom, you are. Pravin, no, man, grow up, man, grow up. Tom, you should also grow up, sir. Pravin, I beg your pardon. Tom, yes. Who are you talking to? You can't talk to me, Tom. Pravin, who do you think you are? Let's just pause there. I said to you, to say Mr. Moyane and you are almost in the same age group, correct?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Moyane?
Mr. Moyane and you are almost in the same age group, in the mid or late 60s.
The question is whether you accept that Mr. Moyane and yourself are in the same age group. That's the question.
No.
Yes. Is that no, that is not so, or no, you don't know?
No, we're not of the same age.
You are,
No, I didn't say age.
72 at my next birthday in April.
yes, maybe Mr. Mpofu, when you say age group, you should be...
Yes, I don't mean, I didn't say you are the same age. I'm saying you are in the same age group, above 65.
Above 65.
Would you agree?
For the purposes of progressing, let's say
Yes.
we are in a similar age group, yes.
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
okay.
Yes, yeah. And so I'm saying that it's to say to a person who's almost as old as you that they must grow up is the same as treating them like children and belittling them, correct?
Not necessarily if given the context. So if I may elaborate here, because where we should really start is at 1041, line 3, with great respect. We can't be just choosing odd lines. Let's provide the context. And there I'm quoted as saying the following. Let me start at line 5. I say, good afternoon, Tom. Tom, good afternoon, sir. Pravin, thanks for returning the call. I'm a bit worried about your attacks on Judge Davis. I don't think that's the right thing to do. You can't attack a judge in the way you guys are doing. We'll discuss this on Monday when I see you, but please stop it. He then says, Tom, I'm listening. Pravin, no, I'm finished. Tom, okay. Pravin, are you going to stop it? Tom, stop what, sir? Pravin, stop the attacks on the judge. Tom, he has been attacking us. Pravin, no, he has written me an explanatory letter already. Tom,
Chair. So if I may, I'm sorry.
Pravin,
Are you going to read the whole transcript?
No, I think it's very important, Chair. That
Yes, it is important, but do you intend to read the whole thing? That's what I want to know. I don't mind.
No, I
Yeah.
don't intend to.
Yes,
I just want to
let
go
him
on a few
continue
more
a little bit.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, continue, Mr. Gordhan.
Tom, well, he didn't have the decency to explain to me then, that is the judge explaining to Tom, Pravin. Well, no, you should have the decency to call him. You can't just attack anybody you feel like. Excuse me, Tom, Pravin, just because you think you're a powerful person, that's not the way to conduct yourself. You have a huge responsibility as a public servant. Luther is going around speaking on your behalf. Since when do we just go around attacking judges? Is there a reason for this? And then the rest goes on, Chair. So that's the context. The context is some sort of statement issued attacking Judge Davis. And I was cautioning Mr. Moyane that public servants, indeed, even members of the public, shouldn't attack a judge because of a view that they express. That they should rather talk about this and come to an understanding. But in the meantime, until we meet on that Monday that is indicated in the transcript, please don't attack the judge again.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. Look, honestly, this is just a waste of time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chaskasan wishes to say something, yes.
Sorry, Chair. Reverend Stemel has drawn to my attention that there are going to be great difficulties on the transcript with the audio of people talking over each other. So
Yes.
I'd ask both
Yes.
Mr. Mpofu and Minister Gordhan to try not to do that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm trying to save time, Chair. When he rambles on, I have to say something. I'm sorry. I can't promise that I will allow him. That's why I wanted to know if he was going to read.
Yes, let's avoid that, Mr.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I know what you are going to say.
Reference to ramble is not acceptable.
Okay, when he goes on.
I knew because.
When he goes on, it's not a ramble.
Hang on one second.
But when I read from a transcript, it's a ramble.
Yes, no. Okay, let's try and
let me just
stick to the core.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay,
Listen, Mr. Gordhan, it doesn't matter if you are talking about a judge or the Pope or whatever. In any context, is it acceptable to shout at somebody and to say to them, grow up, man, grow up? Doesn't matter what the topic is. I'm saying that is belittling to the person you're talking to, yes or no?
In this particular context, if a person doesn't want to provide a straightforward answer, I will not attack the judge until we discuss this matter on Monday. Then the conversation goes on, and what appears even from the transcript is open defiance.
Yes, if he's defiant, you have a right to. I'm sorry, Mr.
Respect for a minister.
Yes, thank
So
you.
it might have resulted in voices being raised, but that's neither here nor there.
Yes.
I think the content is far more important than the form.
Yes, no, that's good. So if he's defiant to a minister and more importantly to you, does that give you a right to shout at him and to treat him like a child, to tell him to grow up?
I didn't treat anyone like a child. If you read it in the context, I was merely saying to him, be responsible, you hold a responsible position as a senior public servant. You cannot go around attacking a judge through your spokesperson. I've also accounted to a minister for about 10 years, and I know the kind of relationship that a Director General / Commissioner needs to have with the minister.
Okay, do you remember what the question is? If you have a Director General or whatever who is disobedient, does that give you a right to belittle them and tell them to grow up like a child? Because it's only children who have to grow up. Yes or no?
I'm not sure. Again, if you read it in the context, this is not about belittling. This is about asking for cooperation from the Commissioner of SARS in respect of a judge.
Thank you. So if I want cooperation from you, Mr. Gordhan, I say, grow up, man.
Well,
No, man, grow up, man.
Mr. Pofu, if
Yeah?
the context, can I finish? Can I answer?
Yes, please.
If the context requires it and the chairperson will allow you, you can go ahead.
And, okay, even if the chairperson allows me or doesn't allow me, but it will be belittling you. At least let's agree on that.
Not necessarily. I've been shouted at, inverted commas, or I've been spoken to in an emphatic way, and that doesn't, it depends on the individual.
Yes,
As
well,
to how you interpret a particular matter. You can have many interpretations of convenience as you like.
yes. Okay, well, I put it to you that in the South African context, if you tell a grown-up man in his 50s or 60s to grow up, you are belittling him, and it's a sign of racism and treating that person like a child, not as your equal. You don't say to when you talk to your fellow ministers or other people that you respect, that they must grow up.
Well, I reject your understanding
Thank you.
and what you are putting to me.
Yes. Okay. And then if you go to the next page, which is 113, 1044.
1044.
Yes.
Okay.
You say,
Hang on 1 second, Mr. Mpofu. Don't forget the question you wanted to put.
okay, Melo.
We are at the expiry of 2 hours. Let's talk about that. What's your sense of how much more you need?
Chair, I'm sorry. At the pace we're going, and that's why I've been trying to pace this up.
Yeah.
My sense is that we're almost certainly not going to finish, but we can push as far as we can. I've got at least 3 topics which deal with D and E.
Let's add an hour and see,
and see how we
how
Chair.
we have progressed
Thank
by
you, Chair.
then.
I'm indebted, and I'll try to be tight.
Ms. Leroux, you want to say something? Mr. Chaskalson, you want to say something?
Thank you, Chair. Other than just to note that I'm not sure that, the debate about when Mr. Moyane tells Minister Gordhan to grow up and Minister Gordhan tells Tom Moyane to grow up, I'm just not sure that's progressing your inquiry. And I would ask that we move to the next topic, which Mr. Mpofu indicated, which was that we actually get on to why Minister Gordhan thinks Tom Moyane progressed state capture at SARS rather
Well, you
than this.
see, Mr. Gordhan said that part of what he associated, part of what made him associate Mr. Moyane with pursuing the state capture agenda was, as he put it, his vilification of Mr. Gordhan. I can't remember what the other term was connected with vilification. And that, of course, seems to speak to hostility. And Mr. Gordhan has a certain understanding of why there was that hostility. Mr. Moyane has a different understanding of why there was that hostility. And as I understand it, this is where this comes in. So I'm keeping an eye on the scope, but allowing that there may be different understandings. So I note what you say. I'm keeping an eye on it.
Chair, I would then just note for the record that we certainly do object to duration going beyond today.
Yeah. Mr. Chaskalson, do you want to say something?
Chair, I don't have anything to add.
Yes, okay, all right. Mr. Mpofu?
Thank you, Chair. I won't comment on that.
Yes,
All I'm going to say is that, the pace of this cross-examination is totally dependent on the answers that I get.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. At page, where were we? And I don't agree with me. Well, maybe Ms. Leroux, to her, it's not important, the issue of racism. But as the Chair indicated, that was one of the big 5 issues identified by Mr. Moyane as the real root. At the end, the Chair will decide whether it's Mr. Gordhan's version or Mr. Moyane's version that must stand. Page 113, which is also 1044, Chairperson.
Yes.
You say that, Pravin, because you work every day with the Hawks, and so on, you think you have the authority to talk to me, to talk like that to me? I beg your pardon, no DG in government talks to their minister like you do, nobody. And the only reason you do it is because you know it's because you have connections. Okay, you've already covered the part about no DG talks to a minister like that. But what evidence did you have that Mr. Moyane works with the Hawks every day?
That was a manner of speaking, firstly, but secondly, Chair, there was gossip around at the time about Mr. Moyane and Mr. Abrams possibly meeting frequently, or some other official from the NPA. And I suppose this is something that Mr. Moyane would want to come and testify on himself.
Yes, he will.
So that he also can be cross-examined about these matters. But as you put it to me earlier on, these were all signs and manifestations and telltale signs, if you like,
Yes.
of state capture. And I put it to him whether his hostility and arrogance and defiance actually emerged from a place which said, you have my backing and
Yes.
you can do what you like in respect of this particular minister.
Yes. No. I understand exactly what it means, Mr. Gordhan. I don't think anybody doesn't understand it. My question was a simple one. What evidence you had that he was meeting with the Hawks every day, and you've answered that it was from gossip.
And information that was circulating at the time, which I can't recollect where I got from.
Okay, so it was from those two sources, gossip and information that was circulating
I didn't
at
use
the
the
time.
word gossip.
You said there was gossip going around.
That I didn't use the word gossip.
Okay,
I was saying to the chair that this was the information floating around at the time when people are seen at coffee shops and at various venues. That information gets circulated in
Okay.
one form or another, and my impressions come from there. But the far more fundamental question for anybody to answer, in particular Mr. Moyane, is where does this arrogance and hostility come from?
yes.
And
No,
particularly in a context which you find following line 5 on page 1044 and following line 27, also on the same page as well, which is nobody treats or talks to or deals with or relates to a minister in government in South Africa in this manner. So what is so special about this gentleman called Mr. Moyane?
yes. No, thanks. No, that part I understand. I mean, that's what I called it, let's call it insubordination, which is not a crime. I'm simply saying, I think the short answer is that you had no evidence. And I'm sorry if I use the word gossip. The record will speak for itself. Maybe it's my ears. I'm quite sure that you said that, but I could be wrong. But let's cut the questioning to this. You had no evidence that Mr. Moyane worked with the Hawks every day. Yes?
It was a manner of speaking.
Yes, that manner of speaking was that he was meeting with...
I'm sure, Chairperson, but I'm sure it happened.
Well, Mr. Gordhan, the question is,
I beg your pardon, sir?
the question is whether you have evidence to back up the statement that Mr. Moyane worked with the Hawks every day.
As I said, Chair, firstly, there was information circulating at the time. Secondly, it's a manner of speaking when one talks about every day. And thirdly, I certainly do believe that there was collaboration between Mr. Moyane and the then NPA.
Yes, but the question is, do you have evidence? That's the question.
Yes.
Do you have
If
evidence?
evidence is the
that
kind of information I had access to, Chair, or was exposed to at that particular point in time, yes. If there's something written on paper that I'm required to produce, no.
I think it's more about whether you have personal knowledge that that was the position, or you have any proof. I think it's more about that. Do you have any personal knowledge that that was the case? Do you have any proof that that was the case? I think that's what Mr. Mpofu is talking about.
Yes, now I do have personal knowledge in the sense that people have observed such meetings at the time.
Mr. Mpofu?
Mr. Gordhan, on a serious, let's just be serious for a minute. I'm asking you a very simple question. It's either you do or you don't have evidence. I'm not talking about rumors or what people say in some corridors. Do you, Pravin Gordhan, have any evidence of Mr. Moyane working with the Hawks every day? Yes or no?
I think you should leave out some of your preambles with respect, Advocate, but the question that you are asking is what the chair just asked and which I answered.
Well, can you answer it again? Do you, Pravin Gordhan, have any evidence that Mr. Moyane was meeting with the Hawks every day? I'm asking this for the fourth time
Let
now.
me then repeat for your benefit, because you seem to be hard of hearing at this point.
Maybe before you repeat, Mr. Gordhan.
Mr. Gordhan, you don't have to insult me about being hard of hearing. Your job is to answer questions here.
Mr. Gordhan.
I'm not going to take that nonsense from you.
Before you answer, let me break it up. Did you ever see Mr. Moyane working with the Hawks every day personally?
No.
No. Do you have somebody that you can bring to the commission who can say, I did see Mr. Moyane working with the Hawks every day?
I will certainly search my memory, Chairperson, and if I do come up with the name, I will let the Commission know.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any document that suggests that Mr. Moyane was working with the Hawks every day?
Except for the processes around the charges.
Yes.
Or stroke complaint.
Yes.
No.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mpofu, I think breaking it up like that probably helped.
Yes. Well, this was before the charges. This was on the 10th of March 2015 to answer your earlier question, Chair. So the answer is that you don't have the evidence. 10th of March 2015. 15, Mr. Gordhan.
What are you referring to, Mr. Mpofu?
The date of this transcript. You remember you asked me earlier, Chair, whether I could date the transcript.
Oh,
I've
yes.
now found the
Okay, all right. You say the date is 2015.
I'm sorry, I was given 2015. Yeah.
That's
Yes.
wrong, Chair.
Yes, no, it is, sorry.
I was in the Cocta Ministry at the time.
Yes, thank you. No, sorry, my junior gave me the wrong date. The point is, okay, anyway, the answer is that you don't have evidence of Mr. Moyane working with the Hawks every day. Bottom line.
Yes, I said so.
Yes, you did, yes, thank you. And the next one was, you then said, okay, well, firstly, let me just say, you have no right to say I'm hard of hearing, okay? I'm not your child or your picnin, so you must not treat me like that. I'm not one of those Africans that you can undermine. So I'm telling you, yeah, don't even think about it, okay? I'm a different kind of person. Yeah.
Hang on 1 second, Mr. Mpofu.
Not your child.
Just make the point that you want to make, and Mr. Gordhan will keep quiet while you make that point.
Yes.
And if he wants to respond, then he will respond.
Yes.
Okay. Just make the point that you wanted to make.
Thank you. Yeah. And the next issue is, you said, and the only reason you do it is you know it is because you have of your connections. What were you referring to?
Which line is that, Mr. Mpofu?
It's line 1, 2, 3. After the DG, no DG in government talks to their minister like you do, nobody, and then you say, and the only reason you do it, and you know it is because of your connections. What were you referring to?
So we're still on page 1042, am I right?
That's correct, 1044.
I beg your pardon?
I think it's 1044.
And on my bundle, it would be?
Yeah, 113, Chair.
113, okay.
Okay, 1044, and line number, please?
The one about the Hawks was line 1 to 2, and then then you jump that next line. Then on the third line it says, and the only reason you do it and you know it is because of your connections. And my question is, what connections were you referring to?
Well, the connections to the NPA, the connections with the Hawks, which based the 27 questions, partly, as I said, in the Hawks document, it made reference to the same case number, which the complaint was lodged at the Brooklyn Police Station by Mr. Moyane. And when it is convenient, Chair, I'd like to read paragraph 19 of the affidavit accompanying that complaint into the record as well, but we'll come back to that.
Okay.
So those are the connections I'm talking about. And perhaps also, whatever other authority in South Africa that mandated him or asked him or suggested to him that he could behave in a manner, as I referred to in line 6, no DG in government talks to their minister like you do. Nobody.
Yes.
So there has to be some explanation. There has to be some explanation as to why one sees this extraordinary conduct from a DG level person in relation to the minister.
That's correct. No, I accept. As I said, that could just be a sign of insubordination or just ordinary petulance. That has nothing to do with state capture or connections. But anyway, the point is, then he says to you, which connections, Pravin, and it is known amongst the public. Tom, which connections are those? Pravin, it's known amongst the public. Tom, which connections are those? Pravin, and you conspire. Tom, which connections? Pravin, you've been doing it for the last 2 years now. What had he been? He had been conspiring with the WHO for the last 2 years, which takes us to 2015.
So the question is, Mr. Mpofu?
Which connections was he conspiring with for between 2015 and 2017? You said you've been doing it for the last 2 years now. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Gordhan. I'm sorry, I spoke over you. I was saying the sting of the question is on the line where you say you've been doing it for the last 2 years now.
Okay, should we finish?
Yes, I'm
He's
done.
finished, yeah.
So, Chairperson, I've already answered that question. That I believe that there was a relationship, stroke connection, between what Mr. Moyane was doing, the 27 questions that appeared in February 2016, prior to this conversation, attaching the case number which refers to the complaint that Mr. Moyane had launched. And I'm also referring to a press conference held by 2 ministers. I'll give you the date if you're going to adjourn in a short while, which made reference to the activities at SARS and which first then talked about this complaint of Mr. Moyane and about certain activities and equipment, which equipment I believe has never been found. So if you bring all of that together, one sees a particular pattern emerging, and that is where, once again, the notion of connecting different phenomena or actions, i.e. connecting the dots, actually emerges at that particular time. And then that version, if you like, or that interpretation of events is totally justified, as one sees, as I indicated in my statement in November 2018, an attack within cabinet by Mr. Zwane and others on the question of the Gupta bank accounts. Later, on the 11th of October 2016, the lodging of the charges by Mr. Sean Abrams and the withdrawal of the same charges on the 31st of October thereafter. So if you connect those and many other dots that were available at the time, there's a pattern, and that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, so connecting the dots means that mumbo jumbo. Which connections did he conspire with for 2 years, Mr. Gordhan?
I just answered the question.
I'm sorry.
You want me to go into that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gordhan. Mr. Mpofu, just repeat that question about conspiring.
Yes, Chair, you'll remember I read from line 6
where it
to
says,
about
and
10.
you conspire.
Yes. So there were 2, I was trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. There's the issue of the connections, then there's the issue of conspiring.
Yes.
But the climax of it is that you've been doing it for the last 2 years.
Yes.
That's why I then connected all those dots, as Mr. Gordhan says, to say that which connections was he conspiring with for the past 2 years? In other words, from 2015 to 2017.
Yes.
And the answer is unintelligible and just gobbledygook.
Okay, let's just make sure we understand, Mr. Gordhan. The question is, where you said Mr. Moyane had been doing it for the last 2 years now, Mr. Mpofu says he understands you to be talking about conspiring. First, confirm whether that understanding of his is correct. You see where you are talking to Mr. Moyane, and you say, and you conspire, and he says, which connections? You say you have been doing it for the last 2 years now. Is Mr. Mpofu's understanding correct that what you are saying Mr. Moyane had been doing for the previous 2 years is conspiring?
But as I think I've explained that already, Chair, but let me briefly repeat what I said earlier on.
And it would help if you first...
I believe that there were conspiring individuals in the Hawks, in the NPA, and Mr. Moyane, number one. Number two, I explained that the 27...
Okay, hang on. Just,
you recall that?
Just hang on. I want us to make sure we make progress. What you have confirmed is that Mr. Mpofu's understanding that in that sentence you are talking about Mr. Moyane conspiring for the previous 2 years is correct.
Yes.
Then if he wants to ask you the question of who he was conspiring with, then he can ask. But you have confirmed that his understanding that you were accusing Mr. Moyane of having conspired for 2 years is correct. You accept that?
That is my belief.
Yes,
that is
okay.
My belief.
Thank you.
Yes, okay, all right. Mr.
Thank you very much. And fortunately, Chair, Mr. Moyane, I think he'll make a good advocate, because he asked the next question that your Chair spoke about. Says, Tom, which ones? Be specific, which I think he was more successful than us. And then Pravin says, all. The Hawks, the NPA, I mean, these are all your pals, aren't they? You conspire with them every other day. We've already established, this is the question now. We've already established that you had no evidence of this conspiring every day, correct?
No, Mr. Mpofu. I think when you were asking him about every day, it was whether he had evidence that Mr. Moyane had been working with the Hawks for
every day.
Every day, but it was working, and it was the Hawks only.
Okay.
Here,
okay. Thank you, Chair. Okay, so this time it was not working; it was conspiring with them, whatever the difference is. But do you have evidence that you don't have evidence that he was working with them? Do you have evidence that he was conspiring with the Hawks and the NPA every other day?
If you notice at line 20, Chairperson, that's a question. And to which question, the next line says, Tom O. Then the next, line 24, he says, now I conspire.
No.
And it goes on.
No.
Those were rhetorical questions, if you like, but I am firmly of the belief that when properly interrogated, there will be evidence emerging from both the Hawks and General Ntlemeza, who headed the Hawks at the time, and the then NPA hierarchy, that there were conspiracies stroke arrangements in this particular regard. That is certainly my belief.
Okay.
Well, as I understand this discussion between you and Mr. Moyane here, it seems to me that Mr. Moyane asks you which connections are those. And then you say, I just told you. And then he repeats, which ones? Be specific. Then you say, all. The Hawks, the NPA. It seems to me that up to that point, you are giving him an answer because he's saying which ones? Be specific. And then what follows is what appears to be the question. I mean, you say, I mean, these are all your pals, aren't they? So, as I understand it, and you must just tell me if my understanding is correct, it looks like you do give him an answer to the question he puts. Which ones? Be specific. And it seems you say the Hawks, the NPA. Having said that, you then say...
Line 5. I say so at line 5, Chairperson.
Sorry?
Line 20.
At line 5 on that page.
Okay, let me finish.
I refer to the Hawks.
Let me finish. Then you say, I mean, these are all your pals, aren't they? You conspire with them every other day. But do you accept my understanding, or do you not accept that you do give the answer as to who you say he was conspiring with?
Yes.
And then the question relates to, these are your pals, aren't they? And you can't conspire with them every day. You accept that understanding?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Mr. Mpofu?
Yes, therefore your answer, the previous answer is a non-answer, because the first part is the statement, all the Hawks and the NPA. And even the one with a question mark, I mean, these are all your pals, aren't they? That's a rhetorical question. You were stating that they are his pals. And then in any event, the next statement is a statement, it's not a question. You conspire with them every other day. That's what I was asking you about. So it's the Hawks and the NPA, you conspire with them every other day. You don't have evidence of that. Yes? No?
Sorry, what is the question?
The question is whether you have evidence to back up the statement you made that Mr. Moyane was conspiring with the Hawks and the NPA every other day.
Every other day. No, obviously not. That was the manner of speaking, Chair.
Okay.
This is a telephone conversation. This is not an exchange of correspondence or something like that, where there's precision in terms of what is going on. But the general contention is, yes, there was a conspiracy at the time.
Mr. Mpofu?
And I know that you say there was a conspiracy. I'm asking you a different question. That accusation is one of your wild accusations. That's what I'm saying. You don't have evidence. I don't know if you understand the notion of evidence. I mean, we can all have rumors and all sorts of innuendos and so on. It's a very simple question. Either you had evidence, someone said to you, look, I've got a photograph of Mr. Moyane meeting with the Hawks every other day, or I've got information to that effect from Mr. Moyane or from Mr. Abrahams, or you did not have that evidence and you relied on gossip and rumors and all sorts of talks and corridors. It's a simple issue, really. Did you have evidence? Did you not? Then we move on. If you had it, you'll tell us.
Chair, I've answered that question earlier on. I said to you that at the time there were people with information that such meetings did happen at particular coffee shops and so on. I also said to you that I have to rack my memory. This is what, 4 years ago, and one will have to try to remember, if I can, who might have said what in that particular regard. And then there was the question, I think you might have raised it, Chair, can somebody come and testify to that effect? I said, I don't know. Let me check my let me reflect on that moment and come back to that particular point. So the direct answer to what Mr. Mpofu is saying is that I did have information given to me that such discussions were happening. Whether that constitutes evidence or not, I don't know. You decide for yourself. But it wasn't just pulled out of thin air. There were particular activities that were going on which led to that suggestion and understanding. And I said, I believe that that is the case.
Okay, Mr. Mpofu.
Yes, okay. Mr. Gordhan, you know this is a very serious process about state capture in South Africa. You accept
Yes,
that?
I'm very aware of that.
Yes, well, I'm glad you're aware.
Because of
Yeah.
its impact on the
Please don't speak over each other. Hang on. Don't speak,
can I
don't
finish,
speak
Mr.
over.
Gordhan? Do you mind?
Yeah, let Mr. Mpofu
okay.
finish.
I thought that was the question. Sorry about that.
Yes, okay. Mr. Mpofu?
The question is coming, don't worry. Do you expect anybody listening to your evidence now, to take you seriously, or this commission to take what you are saying seriously, that you were basing these accusations on what some people were saying in some place, the mumbo jumbo that you've just given us about intangible sources and, gossip, as I call it. Can a commission of inquiry rely on such, in your estimation?
Have you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, he is finished.
So there were three issues raised, Chairperson. The first is, do I realize that state capture is a serious matter? And the answer is absolutely. That is why there are so many progressive Democrats throughout this country who want to and have opposed state capture and the implications of state capture and the damage that it has caused to this country over the last few years. And I imagine that is why the public protector requested that this commission be set up, the previous public protector. And it has damaged so many institutions, in this particular context, the Revenue Service, which is under collecting what it should be collecting at this point in time. Let me stop there. The second question is, do I expect people to take me seriously? Of course. If one looks at the evidence that has been in my statement, number one. Number two, the findings of the Nugent Commission, which described Mr. Moyane's conduct as SARS in particularly harsh terms, and the destruction that he caused in a fair amount of detail. And if the public is exposed to that, they will be very angry and very upset about the fact that this is what is done to an institution that was effectively collecting taxes. The third question is, should the commission rely on what I have to say? I imagine that the commission will connect its own dots, mine just being one very humble contribution in that particular regard, and will come to its conclusion. So I don't want to prejudge what the chair is going to say, but all of these matters that we are raising today are indeed, in the context of the first question that you asked, extremely serious, must be inquired into, and the people responsible for the damage caused to institutions must be held accountable.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Gordhan, that so far your dots are only in invisible ink, so they're impossible to connect. So I'm saying to you that, and you keep on going to the Nugent Commission. I said we should not go there. You remember that you had a secret meeting with Justice Nugent?
Is that a question?
What do you think?
Chairperson, may I respond?
You may respond. Well, the question is...
There was no secret meeting. Judge Nugent issued a statement subsequently that there was that meeting and that similar meetings were held between that commission and many other witnesses in order to understand what contribution each witness will make to the kind of evidence that the Nugent Commission required.
Okay.
Certainly was no secret meeting.
All right.
And in addition, Chairperson, Mr. Mpofu did appear before Judge Nugent and had the opportunity to say and do whatever he felt was necessary at that point in time. And thirdly, there's always been this, let me call it intent for now, by Mr. Moyane to review Judge Nugent's findings and report, and I believe to date, I'm informed, nothing has quite happened.
Yes, thank you. No, I agree with some of that. The point I'm really making is that the meeting you had with Judge Nugent was only revealed after it was exposed by the media. So that's why I called it a secret meeting. Maybe I should say an undisclosed meeting until it was revealed by the media. But the issue I want to... I'm sorry, Mr. Gordhan.
With due respect, Chair, I think that's a matter that Mr. Mpofu must resolve with Justice Nugent, not with me.
No, but he did not have a secret meeting with himself. You were there. I'm resolving it with you. I will resolve it with him when I'm meeting.
Mr. Mpofu, I'm not sure how far we need to go with the question of the status of that meeting for our
Chair,
purposes.
I am sure as to why, because this witness keeps on referring everything back to the Nugent Commission. So it's my duty to demonstrate that
Yes.
that commission's report is not what the paper it's written on. So I'm saying, Mr. Can I finish,
Hang on one second. Are you moving on to the next question, Mr. Bo?
No, I just wanted to say one thing, Chair, on this, and the witness can comment.
Yeah.
Which is that I'll put it as a statement to make it easy, and then you can comment, Mr. Gordhan. I'm saying, if this chairperson, for example, we were to find out that he had a secret meeting or an undisclosed meeting with former President Zuma or any other important witness, which is only disclosed after the media comes to know about it, then we would not take this commission seriously. Would you agree?
No, I don't have a comment on that.
Okay, thank you.
I can get back to your earlier comment.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Hang on one second. I think Mr. Gordhan wanted to say something. I think we should move away from this, the status of that meeting
That's
after
fine.
this.
He said he has no
Gordhan,
comment. Sir.
Did you still want to comment?
All I want to ensure is that we don't mislead the public in this regard. Members of the Nugent Commission, I believe, met many people, including the evidence leader meeting people. Similarly, I was met with by Advocate Paul Pretorius long before my appearance in November 2018. He's part of the commission as a member of the legal team. Similar meetings, I believe, must be happening with other witnesses to formulate statements that would be helpful to the commission. Now, are we going to throw aspersions at this commission, like some people are attempting to do, just because those meetings, discussions, guidance is actually provided by one component within the commission?
Yes.
I would suggest no. That in no way harms the integrity of this commission or that of Justice Nugent as well. But that's my humble view. I leave the rest to you, Chair.
Okay, I think let's move on. Yeah.
No, I'll move on, Chair.
Yes,
You're so safe to say your humble view is wrong. Meeting with Mr. Pretorius and having a meeting with the chair are two different things. I think anybody watching this knows that you're just dodging the question. Okay, now let's move on to page 1045.
Hang on one second.
Let's move to...
Yes, Mr.
Oh, sorry,
Gordhan.
Mr. Gordhan.
Chairperson, Mr. Mpofu is casting aspersions that he doesn't have to. If he wants to continue in this fashion, I mean, I don't think it will take us too far.
Okay.
Let him stick to the facts, and he must refer to paragraphs in my statement so that I know what exactly he wants to talk about, rather than traveling in the stratosphere.
Okay.
Okay.
He has no right whatsoever to cast aspersions on my integrity.
Okay, I'm putting it as a fact. You had a secret meeting with Judge Nugent as a fact.
Let's. We have dealt with
Yes.
it.
Anyway, let's move on.
Yeah. Let's move on. Yeah.
The last portion at 1045, paragraph 114. This is where another display of your racism. You then say, it says, what gives you the right to talk to your minister as you do? And I think you seem to have some kind of God complex about being a minister and how people should talk to ministers. He says, what gives you the right, you say, what gives you the right to talk to your minister like this? And Tom, now I conspire. Pravin, what gives you the right to talk to your minister as you do? Tom, then you interrupt. Nobody else in government does it. So what gives you the right? What gives you the courage to do it? What gives you the arrogance to do it? You tell me. And the only thing is because you think you have certain things behind you. Nobody else is as cheeky like you. Remember that? Remember that conversation? Do you remember that? That's a question. There's a question mark at the end of that.
You are asking whether he remembers
that part of the conversation, yes.
Okay.
It's in the transcript, so I accept the transcript as being correct. And I want to continue along the lines that Mr. Mpofu has started.
Hang on.
Which after line 5 on 10.
Hang on, Mr. Gordhan. At this stage, the question was whether you remember this conversation. The answer is yes. Let's see what next. And of course, your counsel is also watching, and some of the things she will raise in re-examination. But the question was simply whether.
Chair, let me correct what I said. I didn't say I remember the conversation.
Yeah.
I said it's in the transcript, so I take it for what it is.
Oh, yes, yeah. What you said is you accept the transcript as correct, in the sense that it reflects what transpired between you and Mr. Moyane.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm learning how to decode these answers. So that's a yes, that long thing. Okay, so I'm saying there you use one of the words I spoke to you about, which are condescending and belittling to African people. I can assure you, by calling another man who's in your age group cheeky. Is that how you speak to people that you respect, or is that reserved for African people?
Chair, as I've said several times in this process, I reject with absolute contempt any suggestion that there is racism involved in my interactions, number one. Number two, that word cheeky is about attitude, not the persona. So if I'm met with a non-answer to my first question on the first page of this transcript, or first issue I raised, please don't do it again until we meet on Monday. If you go through the transcript, I don't receive any such assurance. And that is why, Chair, I was going to point out line 10, 11, and 12 to you.
Yes.
Right? Particularly 11 and 12, which
Yes.
says, please don't stop attacks on Judge Davis. That's the request to you. Not an instruction, that's a request to you. It's about mentoring somebody and guiding them on what is proper in the relationship between a public servant and a member of the judiciary. There's nothing to do with racism. To reduce it to racism is to take the easiest route out in order to malign my character, and for that actually is something, as I said, I totally reject. But I understand that desperation often leads to these sorts of adventures. So let me leave it at that.
Okay, well, grow up, Mr. Gordhan. Don't be cheeky. Is that, how does that feel?
Oh, I take it from where it comes, Mr. Mpofu.
Yeah, well, I can tell you how it feels for people like me. You must, let me give you advice, you must never again belittle African people the way you did in this conversation by telling them to grow up and that they are cheeky.
I did not, Chairperson.
You must just not do it again, okay?
Can I respond?
Okay, just 1 second. Ms. Leroux, I see you want to say something.
Yes, Chair. Can I just object to Mr. Mpofu's editorializing on the answers? I understand he
I'm
might
sorry,
not...
just repeat that sentence.
Can I just object to Mr. Mpofu editorializing on the answers he's getting from the witness? He may be frustrated, but we now seem to be descending into a personal spat between the advocate and the witness, and I don't think that's assisting the Commission in completing this cross-examination today. I just want to note that objection.
Yes, I think we were about to move on and make progress.
Yes, thank you, Chair. No, Chair, I'm not, there's nothing personal. Well, the racism is personal. But apart from that, I have no business being personal with Mr. Gordhan.
Yes. Mr. Gordhan, is it fine if we move on?
I'm just doing my job. It's either the words are in the transcript, cheeky, and you must grow up, or they are not. It's not editorializing. It's here in black and white.
Mr. Gordhan, is it fine if we move on?
Chair, can we have a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yes, okay, all right.
Wants to go to... Okay.
Mr. Gordhan is asking for a short 5 minutes break. Let's have it. Otherwise, We are 17 minutes towards the end of the third hour. So at the end of the third hour, we'll talk, but we'll add the 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll take a 5 minutes break. We adjourn.
Okay.
Thank you.
we all trying as much as possible not to come back, not to have to come
Yeah.
back. But if it can be avoided, Chair.
Yeah.
Well, Chair, I'm
yes.
sorry to be so forward as to say that the fact that maybe other witnesses are not coming for the rest of the week might make it possible. Unfortunately, I'm not available, for example, tomorrow. But maybe we could slot in an hour somewhere later on.
Yeah, let's, I would urge you to try and see
Yes.
whether, if I give you another hour, which will be the fourth hour, whether you can finish.
No, I won't.
And how much would be left after
okay.
that.
Yes,
Let me also ask Ms. Leroux, at this stage, in terms of your assessment, how much time would you need for re-examination?
Chair, I'll obviously try to.
Won't hold you to
Don't
it
hold
at
me
the
to
end,
it.
but I just want
I
to
will
have-
try to do it as quickly as possible, but I would think 15, 20 minutes at the moment.
Yes, okay, no,
And
that's,
certainly if we could complete, and I
Yes,
understand
yes.
the imposition on you and the commission
Yeah,
staff to sit
yeah.
late tonight.
yeah, no,
I'm sure everyone would prefer to finish.
yeah, I would like, if possible, to finish. That's fine. Let me check whether, how much time Mr. Chaskowson, or Mr. Chaskowson, in terms of your own re-examination, you might or might not need it, but it depends on what remains. Well, I'm not sure whether you would come before, I think you would come first before Ms. Leroux. Well, have you got any assessment, or you are not able to make that?
Chair, I don't have an assessment. I'm sort of here standing in for
somebody
Mr.
else.
Franklin, so I think it might be
Yes.
best for Mr.
Yeah.
Roux to go first, and then for me to
Yeah.
possibly take an instruction from
Yeah.
Mr. Franklin if he's watching and well, or
Okay,
well
all
enough
right.
to watch. But at present, I wouldn't imagine much
Yeah.
examination.
Okay, all right.
Perhaps what we could also consider is if my learned friend finishes tonight and we have a 20-minute re-examination that we fit into your calendar because it's only re-exam between the evidence leaders and myself. Perhaps
Yeah.
that's a way, because
Yeah.
then you don't have to worry about finding time tonight for
Yes.
re-exam.
Yeah.
Mr. Mpofu could finish today.
Yeah.
And then we find the re-exam time.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think Mr. Mpofu, let's say, just make your best effort
I
to see
will
how
try.
much you can cover
I'll try, Chair.
in the next hour, and then
Yes.
we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Gordhan, you understand what we're talking about, huh?
I do, Chair, but may I
What
place
is your
on record
situation?
publicly
Yeah,
that the next 2 weeks are a particularly busy set of weeks
Yeah.
for us to conclude both Parliament and work of the executive. So
Yeah.
please keep that in mind.
yes. No, that's fine. If we don't finish today, the probability would be that I would be looking at slotting your evidence during one of the evenings. That's what I would be looking at, and you would be allowed to testify like you do today from where you are. So in other words, chances are that it would not be during the day as it was today. And that might make things easier. I don't know.
We also have meetings in the evening.
In the evenings, yeah. No,
I
but
note that, Chair.
yes, no, that's all right. But if we,
May I clarify?
yeah,
Chair, may I clarify
yes,
that I think it's time for Mr. Moyane to come and give us his evidence. I mean,
come
we are
on.
in your hands, I understand. But this is a mere cross-examination, some of which are telephone conversations and so on.
yes, but he can't testify before you finish your the cross-examination. So we have got to finish your evidence first, and then he will come in due course. Okay, let's continue.
sir.
Let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sure if you have cabinet meetings as we know that this is an important process, the president will excuse you. No?
I'm not going to provide any response to that right now, Chair. We have to look at what our diaries require. There are votes in Parliament, for example, on the budget and so on, which can take an inordinate amount of time.
Okay.
That's fine.
Pragmatic approach, and see what we can put in.
Let me say this. If we are looking at within the next 2 weeks, the date can be negotiated. The days that we don't negotiate is when we give you a reasonable notice.
Yes.
So if we are talking about the next 2 weeks, everybody will be consulted to see.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Okay, may I continue, Chair?
Yes, you may continue.
Right. Now, Mr. Gordhan, the next topic I want to talk about is going back now to the core issues of state capture. You are one of the...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mpofu, can I put away this bundle now that we were looking at? Which one do?
Oh, the one of the transcript, yes, Chair.
Yeah, the one of the transcript.
I'm done with that. Yes.
Yeah, okay, right.
Well, maybe just to wrap it up, I'll just put a proposition. That exercise, Mr. Gordhan, would demonstrate using the 3 signals that I referred you to: shouting down at a person, telling them to grow up as if they were a child, and calling them cheeky. Those are the archetypal signals of a racist attitude. What is your comment?
So, Chair, let me first say that racism works in odd ways. And perhaps an unexplored area in this exchange of views is whether Mr. Moyane is actually the racist in this bargain. Because it is he who defies the authority of a minister who happens to come from a particular community. It is he that shows hostility in the first instance. It is he who attempts to dictate the terms. So I want to suggest that whatever the telltale signs are that Mr. Mpofu is trying to assign to me can well be even more strongly assigned to Mr. Moyane. And perhaps when he gives his evidence, he can be cross-examined on some of those as well. So I would argue that the real racist attitude is not from me, because my history doesn't prove that. It does come from Mr. Moyane.
Okay, well, maybe when he testifies, you will also bring your own transcript. I'm saying from this transcript, there was no sign of racism from him. There was sign of racism from you.
I'm not basing this merely, Chairperson, I'm not basing it on one telephone conversation during which there was open defiance about the position of a member of the judiciary, a judge, and a simple request: do not attack a judge. That's how the rest of it followed. Mr. Mpofu hasn't even said that Mr. Moyane concedes that he was wrong to attack a judge.
Thank you. No, thank you. Well, I don't know about Mr. Moyane, but
okay,
I'm sorry, Mr. Gordhan.
Over each other.
Sorry, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Gordhan, finish.
So that transcript doesn't prove anything except what exchanges views on a particular matter.
Yes.
The substance and the gravitas of the matter is: do public servants go around attacking judges?
Yes.
Is that the kind of value system and culture that we want to create within our democracy? And I suggest no. So Mr. Moyane must come and explain himself in relation to that transcript. But
yes.
Thank you, I end there.
Thank you. No, thank you, Mr. Gordhan, for your comfort. I don't care what Mr. Moyane has to say about it. I can give you the assurance that if he attacked a judge, he was wrong. There's no excuse for that. Like whatever if he beat up somebody, he was wrong. But none of that gives you a right to display racist attitudes against him. That's all I'm saying. I'm not justifying whatever he did. He defied you, he didn't bow before you and kiss your feet. That's fine. But the issue is that you had no right to be racist to him, whatever he had done wrong. Okay? Do you understand that?
So let me answer that finally, Chairperson, because we seem to be going around the same tree all the time. I reject any notion of racism in my behavior, and I now put it to you that Mr. Moyane actually was the racist in this particular equation.
Okay.
But let's leave it at that, and I reject any suggestion whatsoever that my affinity to non-racialism as an important value, both in the Freedom Charter and in our Constitution, should be doubted in any way.
Okay, let's move on.
Yes, thank you. So I was saying, you are one of the people who refers to the so-called 9 wasted years, correct? Of state capture.
I don't recall using that terminology.
Are you sure?
He says he can't
I'm
recall.
not sure. I just said, Chair, I just said I don't recall using that terminology. But let me help Mr. Mpofu. There's no doubt that from about 2011 onwards, when the first interventions began to take place in state-owned entities, as we now see it by hindsight, it is clear that we lost a lot of value. We lost the gravitas that we had in many institutions, state-owned enterprises and SARS being amongst them. We had a practice of chasing away black professionals who were honest and who had integrity and who refused to be manipulated in any kind of way, either through procurement systems or other systems. And all of that follows a pattern that state capture as a concept actually describes. So yes, these have been years in which, as economists would say, we've had a huge opportunity cost.
Yes, thank you. And you also subscribe to the idea that, and I think the chair referred to this, he asked you towards the end of your evidence in 2018 about where were people when all these things were happening and what responsibility you take. So do you also subscribe to the idea that there are, in the governing party or the governing structures, there were what we call devils and angels. In other words, there were those people who were peddlers of state capture, and then there were other angels who were trying to stop it, like you. Yes?
So where was I during this period? I was in some part of it a member of the executive, and in other parts of it I was a member of parliament.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gordhan. The question is whether you subscribe to the notion that during those years or during that time, there were those who were viewed as angels and those who were viewed, I think Mr. Pofu said, the devils, or those who were seen as perpetrating state capture. Mr. Pofu, did I capture it correctly?
You did, Chair. In fact, just to round it off, there's a nice way of putting it by Gogo Obrimachikri. He says, to prove that everyone was really rogue, he says that there were devils with wings and angels with horns. So which one did you fall into?
Okay, well, firstly, you want to know whether he subscribes to that
the notion, yes.
And then you can talk about whether he belonged to any of those categories. Yes. Okay, Mr. Gordhan, you understand the question?
With respect, I want to disagree with you. I'm making crisp notes to the best of my ability of what Mr. Mpofu says. So the first question is...
and I was not making notes. And I was not making notes, so feel free to disagree.
Yes, no, thank you for the liberty. So the first question was, where were you? Second question was, what was happening in the governing party? And then he changed it to governing structure. And the third question is the one you referred to, the so-called devils and angels. And then there's the quotation from a public commentator. So I'm responding to the first question, if I may, Chair.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Gordhan, let me just assist you. And I promise you, I'll give you a chance to respond as you wish. But the The issue of when I was paraphrasing the chair, it was just a build-up to the question. But if you want to deal with that, where were you part, that's also fine.
Yes,
Okay.
no, I think I want to briefly, so
Yeah.
that
Sure.
Okay.
everybody who has an interest in this matter, Chair, can understand where we come from.
Sure.
So I was, as I said, a member of the executive and subsequently a member of parliament, and then again a member of the executive. And during that process, as I said very transparently, in paragraph 14 of my statement in November 2018, which if you don't mind, I'm going to quote 2 lines.
Yes.
I must emphasize that my knowledge and my understanding of state capture, like that of the rest of the country, evolved over time. So as we began to understand, when I say we, I refer to progressive Democrats in the governing party, in civil society, and in other entities and structures within the state and beyond. The understanding of what was going on evolved over time. And if one has to point to a particular moment, it is certainly the reporting of investigative journalists. I think it's in the middle of about 2017 or so, Chairperson, who then reported on the Gupta leaks, the emails, which emails then exposed the roles of different people. It exposed the role of Bell Pottinger as a firm. It exposed the relationship between certain South Africans who today parade around as if they're the renewed Democrats, but they are the ones who concocted certain fake notions and narratives together with Bell Pottinger.
Hang on
Then
one
evolved
second.
into what-
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, Mr. Gordhan. I just want to follow. You have answered the question of where you were. So which one are you answering now? I just want to follow.
The second one says what was happening in the governing party and structures and beyond as well.
Okay.
And I'll then sum up my point on so-called devils and angels.
Yes,
because
okay.
Devils and angels is not my notion.
Yes.
It's a notion that is being introduced by Mr. Mpofu. So the main point I'm making is that the understanding of what we today call state capture evolved over time, number one. Number two, that when the Gupta leaks happened, many connections and the relationships became clear. Number three, that there were outside agencies like Bell Pottinger, which many people seem to have forgotten, that were hired in order to create particular narratives, which are used politically even today. And number four, within the governing structures, clearly there were moments when, and this is, as I said, in November 2018 as well, discussions that are happening in cabinet and instances when people who believe that these were wrong things that were happening, including myself, who ensured that certain decisions were not made or went to court, for example, on the Gupta bank accounts to seek guidance on what was the proper thing to do to bolster one's position about whether a member of the executive could interfere in the relationship between an account holder and the financial institution. So there were certainly those who were doing that work, and it was good work. That work continued through the parliamentary committee, and the chair at the time of the inquiry, Ms. Ranto, who is no longer in parliament, when we interrogated what was going on at Eskom, and there's a proper report available in that regard, adopted by the National Assembly, which describes the malfeasance that continued and the capture of Eskom over that particular period of time. And of course, there were those in governing structures and in various political parties who were engaged in these corrupt activities and malfeasance as well. If you want to call them devils and angels, you may do that. But as far as I'm concerned, there were democratic activists like myself in plenty around South Africa who objected to what was going on and made their objection known in various forms.
Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you. In other words, you were one of the angels.
No comment.
Okay. Now, there's a part, when you read paragraph 14, there's a part that you didn't read. You said evolved over time and so on, and then you say the significance and the interrelationship of such events were revealed progressively and often only in hindsight. You mean the state capture activities, correct?
Yes, I referred to that in my earlier remarks now.
Yes. And then you go on, you say repeated changes to cabinet. So those were some of the activities of state capture. Who are you accusing there of state capture? Who repeatedly changed the cabinet?
Well, maybe let's start with this. I'm sorry, Mr. Gordhan, let's start with this. The repeated changes to in cabinet, do you confirm that that's part of what
That sentence
was manifestation as far as you are concerned of state capture?
Yes, that's the first component. There
Thank
are
you.
others that follow in the paragraph.
Yes, okay, all right. Mr. Mpofu, I think your question...
Yes, thank you. The question, yeah, who in the state capture network, who did that first offense of repeated changes to cabinet?
Chair, with your permission, can I read the whole sentence so that the context is clear?
No, we're taking it step by step. Believe me, will read the full sentence. I'm just dealing with that specific issue.
Who made such changes?
Yes.
According to the Constitution, all cabinet ministers are appointed at the discretion of the president
Okay.
and serve at his pleasure.
So, okay, fine. So that would be President Zuma. Correct?
At that time.
Yes. And then, okay, the rest of the sentence which you want to go to says, to the boards of, in other words, repeated changes to the board of state-owned companies and in the leadership of key institutions and organs of state, often without rational explanation, were done to take control of such institutions. So the motive for those issues, repeated changes to cabinet and to the boards, were done to control such institutions by the peddlers of state capture, correct?
Yes, Chairperson, the
Thank you.
answer is yes.
Yes.
And if you look lower down under paragraph 16.1 and what follows, it explains how typically within this kind of conceptual framework, different role players play different parts. So where there are changes to the boards of SOEs or SOCs that will be led by a minister. In other instances, for example, the NPA had repeated changes of the head of the prosecuting authority. I think it's again the president who has that discretion as well. And if one then looks, this is my last sentence, if one then looks at it, all of these issues retrospectively, there's absolutely no doubt that control in one form or another, as I said many hours ago, is a crucial part and start of the process of repurposing institutions.
Yes. So, and then at the 16.1, you say that you relied on the books to define state capture, and you say they are the patrons of resources, for example, Zuma and the Guptas, and they sit at the apex, directly responsible for the predation and exploitation. You remember adopting that quotation?
Yes, that quotation, just for everyone to know, is from the work done by a group of academics, which was called the Trail of the Promise Report.
Yes.
And those words are, Chairperson, in quotations, taken from that publication.
Yes, which you adopted and put in your statement. Now.
Oh yes, it's there. You're reading it. 16.1.
Yes, thank you. So now that we've gone through those parts, I wanted to ask you the question that I asked you earlier. Do you have any evidence that President Zuma was part of state capture?
What I have to say in relation to the former president is in my statement.
Answer the question, please, Mr. Gordhan. It's late now. Do you have any evidence whether President Zuma was involved in state capture and that his repeated changes to cabinet was part of that?
Chairperson, with great respect, I thought we had objections to this line of questioning, but I see it's re-entering the scope. I'm not here to account for my views on the former president. I'm here to account for my views in respect of Mr. Moyane. And where that is in relation to the former president, I will say so. The second point I'm making is that that is exhaustively covered in my experience. For example, the nuclear deal or non-deal, the question of the Gupta bank accounts, and others have come before the commission to give other pieces of evidence as well.
Okay.
So to the extent that I'm aware, those are contained in this affidavit.
Okay, I'll move on, assuming you don't want to answer that question. Okay, so...
I have answered your question.
Okay, thank you. So of you say, well, of the good guys, the people who were not for state capture, that would be people like you, Mr. Jonas, Mr. Nhlanhla, it would include those kinds of people, correct?
It depends on your vantage point.
No, from your vantage point, not mine, sorry.
Let me repeat what
okay.
I said in a different form, Chairperson.
Yeah.
It depends on one's vantage point and one's political orientation and which hat or beret one might be wearing on a particular occasion. So yes, if you look at it from one vantage point, these are all individuals amongst many, many others who took a stand on various issues. So in the case of the former Deputy Minister Jonas, according to the evidence he gave before the commission, he was offered a bribe of 600 million rands, and he turned down that bribe. So, depending, as I say, where you stand, you could be categorized in one way or another, depending on the hat or beret you wear.
Yes, thank you for that. I'll take that as a compliment. So, but now, do you remember the question? The question is, it has nothing to do with apparel. It is whether the people who were the fighters of state capture, to extend your metaphor about apparel, the fighters of state capture included you, Mr. Mr. Jonas and Mr. Nhlanhla. Yes, no?
Well,
each one of us made a contribution, Chairperson, where we saw fit.
Thank you. Right. Now, you, and do you take any responsibility for your role in the perpetration of state capture over those years?
No.
None at all. Okay.
No.
Now, yes, do you accept that state capture essentially was about capturing the treasury, or the, let's call it the till, capturing the money?
Invariably, that's what it amounts to.
Yes, thank you. And
It could be, Chairperson, it could be also facilitating tenders, procurement, contracts. It takes various forms, and some people have done it at a municipal level, others have done it at an agency level, yet others at provincial and national government level.
Yes,
So,
no, I accept that. I'm sorry, Mr. Gordhan. I accept that, and even in the private sector. But my question is a specific one.
Yes.
Do you accept that at the center of state capture would be the capture of the treasury? That makes sense. If you want to rob a bank, you must capture the vault, the till. So to that extent, do you accept that treasury was at the nucleus of the project?
Well, I wouldn't say nucleus, but it was the very key component.
Yes, I'm happy with that.
To facilitate certain things happening.
Yes.
I mean, that question has to be asked to those who actually designed the capture strategy, because I'm not one of them.
Yes.
And they would know best what their strategy was, why they started with state-owned entities, and in today's terms, why some political parties start at a municipal level, for example. But that's a question they should answer.
Yes, I'm sure you're referring to your political party. But I'm saying that when it comes to I'm happy with your description that treasury was a key component. Let's work with that. So the fact is that for more than 7 of the 9 years, you and Mr. Nene were entrusted with the treasury, with the key component of state capture by President Zuma, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I
Now,
haven't done the calculation, but I'll take your word for it.
yeah, well, you can take my word. You were there from the entire 5 years, from 2014 and 2019, that whole term, the President Zuma put you in charge of the treasury, the key component of state capture, correct?
Well,
Yes, and then after that,
I'm sorry, was it not dismissed in 2017?
No, that was
You said 2014 to 2019.
No, I beg your pardon, it's 2009 to 2014, Chair.
Yes, 2009 to 2014.
Yes, yeah.
Your President Zuma put you in charge of the treasury, correct? The full term. That would be, I think, the 4th parliament.
The question is whether you confirm that from 2009 to 2014, a full term of 5 years, President Zuma had appointed you as Minister of Finance. You accept that, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And after that, in the second term, you served another, let's say, 1.5 years when you were reappointed by President Zuma again to the treasury, which we've defined as the key component of state capture, correct?
Yes.
And between
Hang
that...
on 1 second, Mr.
I'm sorry, Chair.
I think you said as the key component.
A key.
I think it should be a key in terms of what he had said.
Oh, yes, no, fair enough, Chair. Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
yes, a key. And between that reappointment of yours, the person who held the position in that key component was Minister Nene, one of the angels, correct?
Minister Nene will have been appointed after the 2019 election.
I'm sorry, 2014 elections.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, no, I made a mistake. I'm just correcting myself. Sorry, Mr. Gordhan.
So Minister Nene was the chair after the 2014 elections until the 9th of December, if I recall, 2015, when he was summarily dismissed from that position. And then that was followed by Mr. van Rooyen, which is referred to as the weekend special. And because of the reactions of the market and various concerned people and institutions, I was approached, as my statement says to you, in November 2018, on the evening of the 13th of December 2015, to take up that position again. And when I was requested that, just to remind everyone, I said, why not Mr. Moleketi or Mr. Jonas? I didn't accept the position immediately, just for the record. Thank you.
No, that's true. And Mr. Zuma said, no, those people are not acceptable to me. I want you. Correct?
Correct?
Yes. Now, my question is, does it make sense to you if President Zuma is supposed to be this kingpin of state capture and he changes cabinet in order to enable it, for him to appoint you for 7 of the so-called 9 wasted years, you and Mr. Nene, to be in charge of the of a key component of state capture, such as treasury? Do you think that would make sense to any neutral person observing that? It's like saying somebody who wants to rob a bank puts the person at the vault who is most likely to stop the robbery, if you get my metaphor. Does it make sense?
Well, it depends, Chairperson. Have you concluded, Mr. Mpofu?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairperson, it depends, again, on what phenomenon one is looking at. So let's take the evidence that you've had before the Commission, which I'm not familiar with in absolute detail. I did some of it, and I think the Director General of the Treasury, maybe 2 Directors General have done more in that regard. Mr. Nene would have done somewhat in that regard as well, in relation to the so-called nuclear deal. So that didn't originate in the Treasury. It wasn't processed in the Treasury. The first set of figures weren't produced in the Treasury. In fact, the Treasury, as I recall it, was excluded from that process. And I think you've had details before you in that particular regard. And various people put up various forms of resistance, and some, like Mr. Nene, paid the price for it. That deal, as we stand today, did not materialize. So that's one example where you would have different agencies or different government departments engaging in particular activities that are not directly related to the Treasury. They will come to the Treasury when there are fiscal implications or financial implications, or authority in terms of Section 54 of the Public Finance Management Act is actually required. And then the Treasury, as in the case of Denel Asia, would have a sight of what a particular department is doing, and will be then able to respond in that particular regard. So being a finance minister didn't mean that the finance minister had total control over everything that happened in government. I suppose if we did have that kind of capacity, which we didn't, and in law we didn't either, many more so-called deals could have been stopped or interrupted in the process as well. But this is all in relation to the Treasury. I'm not sure where Mr. Moyane puts it.
Well, the question is whether you think it made sense for Mr. Zuma to appoint you and Mr. Nene during your respective terms as Ministers of Finance during a time when when acts of state capture were happening. I think that's the essence of the question.
Yeah, let me add then, Chair.
So in other words, if I can...
It does make sense.
Yeah, okay,
It does make
continue.
sense.
Yeah, continue, yeah.
It makes sense because the Finance Minister and the Treasury, and together with the Reserve Bank, which has also been a target over a period of time, are key institutions that foreign ratings agencies, foreign lenders, local lenders, and others who are interested in evaluating whether we have a stable investment climate in South Africa would be watching in order to make decisions that would be positive as far as South Africa is concerned.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely plausible to have people who would be, inverted commas, respected in the marketplace. And Mr. Van Rooyen's position, for example, is a classic example of the opposite in this particular regard. And for government to be able to borrow, and in the early years of 2009-10, when we had a very low deficit and a very low debt to GDP level, it helped us to borrow because of the percentages or the ratios at that time. But increasingly, because of the financial crisis, the country had to borrow in order to sustain its level of expenditure. And 10% of that borrowing maximum happened in foreign currency, and the rest was borrowed in local currency within South Africa's capital markets. So it makes absolute sense to have people who would give credibility to the project whilst, and this refers to my earlier answer, around the Treasury. All sorts of things could be happening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, well, let me just say this. The two of you have been doing quite well about not talking over each other. Let's keep it that way. I think we are making progress.
Thank you, Chair, but I hope that is not condoning these long, unnecessary answers, because really that's not the question I asked, but that's fine. The consequence will be that it's going to take longer. So I'm no longer going to try and curtail the answers. So, okay, now you accept that you said the 4-day appointment of Mr. Van Rooyen was an attempt, again, to capture the treasury, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Now, when that didn't work, out of all the 57 million citizens in South Africa, you were the second choice to go to Treasury. And even when you said, no, why don't you take Mr. Jonas and this one, President Zuma said, no, I want you. Is that a true reflection of what happened?
He requested me to take that position.
Yes. Thank you. Now, the only point I was making is, and again, this is just for comment, is that I think to a neutral South African, you would expect then President Zuma to put somebody there who is pliable and is part of the state capture project, because it would be foolhardy for him to put someone who's going to block his project. And that is, as you have said, he had the sole right to change ministers. He didn't have to consult anyone. So it's from that point of view that I'm saying it was strange. But if you don't find it strange, then we can move on.
Do you want to comment on that proposition, Mr. Gordhan? Namely, the proposition is that if Mr. Zuma wanted to put in somebody who would facilitate state capture as Minister of Finance, that's what he could have done, but instead he appointed you and not somebody who would facilitate state capture. And it doesn't make sense that he put in somebody who would be against state capture. Mr. Mpofu, you must tell me if I have not summarized it properly.
No, you have summarized it correctly, Chair, but if yes. I can just take a liberty,
yeah.
Mr. Gordhan, and just to explain why I'm asking that question. I'm asking that question in relation to Mr. Moyane because you have accused him of, in his state capture activities, one of the motives was to try and remove you from being Minister of Finance. And the gist of what I'm saying is that that also doesn't make sense. It's actually completely senseless. Because if Mr. Moyane or Mr. Zuma wanted to remove you from being Minister of Finance, the president would just remove you, nobody would ask him. He didn't need Mr. Moyane's help. Do you understand the proposition? You can comment on it.
Would you like to comment on that proposition?
Yes, because we must understand what we're saying.
Yes.
Mr. Zuma, or the former president, did actually appoint someone whose credentials were dubious. Mr. Van Rooyen, in the first instance, he did fire somebody who gave South Africa credibility, Mr. Nene. And it is only the market reaction, the fall in the rand, the fall in the increased borrowing costs for South Africa, what happened within the stock exchange, and those numbers are all available, Chairperson, and that was presented to you when I was with you in November 2018. That shock actually woke everybody up, and as a result, the former president approached me because in somebody's estimation, within the governing party and elsewhere, I would be able to stabilize or assist in stabilizing the situation. So that attempt was made. If one uses the other institutions as examples, in state-owned companies, you've had evidence before you already. I presume you're going to get more. In the law enforcement agencies, I presume you're going to go into that as well, Chairperson. There are an abundance of examples of appointees at the top level who would do one kind of bidding or another, either for themselves or for some associate or the other in the private sector or within government itself. So the appointment of Mr. Moyane at SARS follows that pattern. So we're not talking about every institution having the market sensitivity, if one can use that terminology, that a treasury or a reserve bank would have. Other institutions were available for one or other form of intervention. And if one looks at that picture, then the proposition is not all that viable, that you only need pliable people within the treasury. You needed pliable people elsewhere within the government system as well, and perhaps equally pliable people in the private sector.
Yes, thank you. Well, in part of that answer, you said that the appointment of Minister Van Rooyen he was a dubious character. That's also just an unnecessary insult on somebody. Mr. Van Rooyen holds an MSc in Finance, Economic Policy, and African Studies from the University of London, and a master's degree in Public Development and Management from the University of the Witwatersrand. So what makes his appointment dubious and not you? You are just a pharmacist, aren't you? You're not an economist.
Just a very humble pharmacist and
Yes.
an activist, and I don't have any need to hide that. And history will judge whether I made a valid contribution
Yes.
to the country's growth or not. So it's not for anybody else to decide. Secondly, as far as Mr. Van Rooyen is concerned, certificates and credibility are two different concepts.
Yes. And while we are still on the question of qualifications, you also appointed your friend, Mr. Pillay, at SARS, correct?
He went through a process.
Yes, he went through, no, I accept that. But you appointed him, he doesn't have any qualifications above matric as well, correct?
No, I didn't appoint him. I was merely the deputy commissioner.
Mr. Mpofu,
No, that's a different question I'm asking.
Mr. Mpofu, I'm sorry, is the suggestion that to the extent that he may have appointed Mr. Pillay with whatever qualifications Mr. Pillay had,
I did not have.
or did not have, that was part of advancing state capture?
Yes.
Or is that the
It
proposition?
is, that's the proposition.
Okay.
It is, because, okay, let me take one step back. You understand that corruption, which is state capture, takes many forms. It can be nepotism, it can be fraud, it can be appointing your friends, it can be, like you did in your current position, appointing someone who doesn't have a qualification, who also then appoints her sister. That all that is part of corruption, and those are some of the signs of state capture. And these are the things that you, Mr. Gordhan, are guilty of, or that I'm putting to you. But we were just dealing with the appointment of Mr. Pillay, the matriculant.
So, Chairperson, this is a real...
Sorry, Minister.
Yeah, just hang on.
Really an odd turn of
Just
events.
hang on, Mr.
Sorry, Minister Gordhan.
Your counsel is on her feet.
Yes, Chair, if I can just object to this line of questioning. I've listened carefully as my learned friend asked the last few questions.
Yeah.
And we do seem to be straying very, very far from the rulings you've given on the permitted scope of this.
Yeah.
Mr. Pillay's appointment years and years and years before the period of time that your commission is scrutinizing hardly seems to be a useful use of our now, we're now heading for 6 hours of cross-examination, and I'm not sure that it's either compliant with your ruling or actually going to get us to the questions that you authorized, namely the focus on Mr. Moyane at SARS for the period of time that he's there, many years after Mr. Pillay.
Well, Mr. Mpofu, I don't know what you want to say, but
No, I wanted to say,
I
Chair.
would like you to use the remaining time
Yes.
quite fruitfully.
Yes, no, Chair, I was, I accept that
Yeah,
objection.
yeah.
I was saying that the issue was really provoked by the insults to Mr. Van Rooyen. But
Yes,
I was just saying that it's very thick coming from somebody like Mr.
I think
Gordhan.
let's move on.
Yes,
Let's
but
move on.
Ms. Leroux is right. I was saying, please, I'm still talking, please.
Hang on 1 second, Mr. Mpofu and hang on, Mr. Mpofu and Mr. Gordhan. Mr. Gordhan, your counsel has raised an objection to the question. Mr. Mpofu has accepted the objection, so the question falls away.
Yes.
So I think we must move on.
But it
Thank you.
doesn't fall away in the public eye, Chairperson. I need to rebut what Mr.
Well,
Mpofu is saying.
except that when your counsel, Mr. Gordhan, says this question should not have been asked, and Mr. Mpofu says, I accept that, the public does hear that. You
I thought
understand?
he also implied, Chairperson, forgive me for this,
Yes.
that I was involved in state capture. What is that?
But he accepts that he should not have asked that question. That
Oh,
was,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Let's move on, yeah. Okay.
Yes. In fact, yeah, the only reference to Mr. Pillay that is relevant relates to his retirement, not his appointment. You do remember that one of the things you were charged with was the so-called early retirement of Mr. Pillay, correct?
Yes, which was a cooked-up charge.
By, among others, Mr. Moyane.
Sorry, Chair, at this
Yes.
point I want to object because
Yes.
the terms of reference relate to the charge that was laid by Mr. Moyane.
Yes.
It seems to be common cause now that Mr. Moyane didn't lay a charge against Mr.
Yes.
Gordhan.
No.
So I'm not sure where we're going with this.
Okay, you'll be sure just now. I explained this in the morning. Mr. Gordhan made it very clear that the gist of his gripe against Mr. Moyane is what he called the complaint that led to the criminal charges. In other words, Mr. Moyane's complaint sparked the criminal charges. I'm saying one of those charges that were sparked by Mr. Moyane related to the Pillay matter. Yes or no?
Sorry, Chair, I need to respond to that's Mr. Mpofu's answer to my objection. Then with respect to it's not good enough because whatever Mr. Gordhan's original complaint was, this cross-examination should be bound by the terms of reference set out in your ruling. And your ruling doesn't relate to the charges in respect of Mr. Pillay. It relates to a notional charge laid by Mr. Moyane, and
Yes.
that we now accept that didn't happen.
Yes.
Well, Chair, again, I don't know, Mr. Chaskalson, maybe because he's just standing in for somebody else, maybe he hasn't had an opportunity to read your ruling. Your ruling says, Chair, A, whether in laying the criminal complaint or charges, and I've said I accept that we can excise the words against Mr. Gordhan. Excuse me. Mr. Moyane acted maliciously. Second one, whether in laying the criminal complaint...
Sorry, sorry, Chairperson, that's precisely the point. We can't excise the word against Minister Gordhan because that's what your ruling says.
No.
If we were going to excise, we now accept that there wasn't such a charge. And whatever allegations Mr. Gordhan made in relation to that were in fact ill-informed. Whether it was his fault or anybody else's fault is not for us to decide here. But the issue that was referred has become a non-issue.
No. Chair, I'm sorry, Chair. I asked Mr. Gordhan, the very first set of questions I asked him when we started here was whether he stands by those allegations, even if they were excluded him. And he said he stands by everything in A, B, and C, except that there was what one might call a clerical error of including him as one of the people. But to the extent that there was acting maliciously, or he sought to advance the objectives of state capture, or you'll remember we had that debate about, was abusing a legal process on his own personal goals that had either nothing or little to do with a legitimate complaint relating to an alleged crime, that he considered that he stands by those. We can't be bound by...
I think I remember him saying that, but I think Mr. Chaskalson's point is, in terms of that ruling, there are certain issues that I wanted to be dealt with today.
Yes.
And insofar as A, B, and C is concerned, I think what Mr. Chaskalson is saying is those points, I wanted those points to be dealt with insofar as they related to a charge against Mr. Gordhan. Yeah. And once it's accepted that there was no charge against him, then the issue that I wanted to be addressed insofar as A, B, and C is concerned falls away. If Mr. Gordhan seeks to say now, even if they refer to other people, I stand by that. I think that I'm not looking at APC now as we speak, but I understand Mr. Chaskalson to be saying, but what I was interested in was insofar as Mr. Moyane was alleged by Mr. Gordhan to have laid that charge against Mr. Gordhan.
Yeah, no, Chair, with respect, that's an artificial...
I'm not looking at it here.
I accept, Chair. With respect, Chair, firstly, that's an artificial distinction. And that is exactly why when I stood up...
Does APC say Mr. Gordhan? Does it say Mr. Gordhan and others?
No, Chair, you know, your record will show you that the first thing I did when I stood up here...
No, I remember that
was to say to Mr. Gordhan, do you still accuse Mr. Moyane of these things? In other words, accepting that now the charges were not against you. And that was because Mr.
No, I remember that.
Sorry.
Okay, things fall apart.
Yes, that was because
No, that part I do remember. You asking him and him confirming that he stood
but
by
that was
them.
because Mr. Chaskalson, of all people, had said to him that the complaint related to his complaint, that Mr. Moyane's complaint that led to the charges. And that's why I said to him, if we accept that formulation, do you stand by these accusations of state capture, even if we accept that you were not the person? And he said, yes. I did that deliberately to avoid this debate, because if he had said no, I don't accept that Mr. Moyane was motivated by state capture and all that. I only accepted it if it was the charge against me. Then I would not be able to answer these questions. But we are all bound by the answer that he gave, which is that...
Can we pack this question like the other one, and then you exhaust others, and then we can come back later on?
No, Chair, with the greatest respect...
to interject. I don't want to speak about the objection. I want to speak about a technical issue. I'm told that after the fall of the mic, it may no longer be recording. Can we take a 2-minute technical break just to check if it is?
Yeah. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we'll take a 5 minutes adjournment to see whether everything would still be recorded if we continue.
Thank you,
we adjourn.
is that Mr. Moyane laid the charges against anyone, as I clarified with him, for the purposes of
State capture.
advancing state capture. And I'm afraid that this is not one of those. Let me just explain,
Yeah.
Chair. Chair, if you go to okay, put it this way. We know that the complaint was laid on a particular date, and it said various things. According to Mr. Gordhan, that complaint led to the charges against him. So irrespective of whether his name literally was on that list, but it is what led to the charges against him. And that is the gist of his complaint. So it's very artificial to now try and dissect the minutiae of the gist of the complaint. And the issue, Chair, is made very clear.
And just remind me again what the question was. So
Yes, the question, Chair, was, you mean the one that I was asking now? Yes,
Yes.
it was, I had said, Chair, that I concede that the objection about the appointment of Mr. Pillay
Yes.
is valid.
Yeah.
The issue that is relevant to the complaints that led to the charges
Is the laying of the
whichever-
complaint.
Yes, is his retirement rather than his appointment.
Yeah.
Because the question of the retirement, as you know, Chair, the so-called early retirement was one of the charges or part of the so-called 27 questions, which really is the gist of this entire cross-examination.
Yes.
So if we...
Just go back to the actual question about the retirement. I just want to...
Yes, okay, Chair.
Yeah.
Let me just address the Chair.
So that I can
yes,
follow
yes,
its
so just to give
relevance and so on.
context.
Yeah.
Chair, let's do two things. One is we accept Mr. Chaskalson and later confirmed by Mr. Gordhan's answer when I asked him that really his issue was not so much who is charged or whatever. What he's saying is that the complaint laid by Mr. Moyane led to him being charged. Okay, that's his evidence. It can't be changed. So it could have been that Mr. Moyane alleged that I stole this pen. But if alleging that I stole the pen led to Mr. Gordhan being charged, that's the gist of what he says. He says that complaint was motivated by state capture, and that's what led to him being charged. So that's really the gist of this whole entire exercise, which is that Mr. Moyane's activities of any nature, including the laying of the charges, led to Mr. Gordhan's being charged, but B, that was motivated by state capture.
Is what you are pursuing this, that Mr. Gordhan said, if that's what he said in the morning, that the laying of those charges by Mr. Moyane, irrespective of, despite the fact that it was not against him, was in pursuit of the agenda of
To
state
advance
capture.
the objectives of state capture, number one.
Yes. Yeah.
He acted maliciously in doing that, number two.
Okay.
And he was abusing a legal process for his own personal goals
Okay.
that had either nothing or little to do with a legitimate complaint relating to an alleged crime.
Yes.
And that's what I'm addressing, to say Mr. Moyane, in laying those charges, he was addressing the exact opposite of
legitimate
a legitimate
issue.
complaint relating to an alleged crime.
And that complaint relates to the retirement of Mr. Pillay?
Yes. Okay, Chair. It's even more complicated.
Yeah.
The complaint, at least I think Mr. Gordhan explained this in 2018. The complaint, and I have a copy here.
That was late, yeah.
Yes, there were two components of what Mr. Gordhan was charged with,
Yes.
which was part of the so-called 27 questions. One was the rogue unit, which I'm going to deal with.
Yeah.
And then the other one was the
Retirement.
early retirement. However, Chair, the complaint itself, if you actually look at the statement physically, it relates to the rogue unit. But as Mr. Gordhan said in one of his testimonies, what's obviously then happened is that the Hawks
Came across.
yes, expanded the scope.
Yes.
But all that does not change the fact that it was all sparked by Mr. Moyane's so-called state capture complaint, state capture-driven complaint, so to speak.
Yeah.
Now, Chair, just before my learned friend comes in, the Chair, you said at paragraph 28, paragraph 28 is the ruling. Sorry, Chair. I'll just find the passage where you say, you use the word.
To the extent.
Yes, at paragraph 15 of your ruling, you say, Chair, Mr. Gordhan also states that his statement that Mr. Moyane abused legal processes when he laid a complaint against him is based on his experience of Mr. Moyane's defiant attitude and vilification of me following my reappointment as Minister of Finance. So that's another link. Then it says, Mr. Gordhan, you say, Chair, sorry. Mr. Gordhan then states that he believes that Mr. Moyane's defiant attitude and and vilification were aimed at forcing or pressuring him to resign from that position so that the capture of National Treasury could proceed under a different minister. But the important part, Chair, is where the Chair says, he then says that in the following paragraph, and that's on page 6, that, quote, this included, we use the word included, the filing of his criminal complaint against me in circumstances that Justice Nugent found, quote, unclear and which were later withdrawn. This turmoil saw the removal of many senior SARS officials, creating the opportunity for Mr. Moyane to appoint a new senior management at SARS, and so on. So these things are, are so interrelated that...
But you want to ask Mr. Gordhan questions with regard to...
the charges.
The complaint that was laid by Mr. Moyane.
Which led to the charges.
Which you say led to at least one of the charges that related to Mr. Pilay's retirement.
Correct.
All right. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Let me hear
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Ms. Leroux.
Chair, after all of that, I'm not sure where we are.
Yes, at least now my understanding is that Mr. Mpofu wishes to ask Mr. Gordhan questions about the fact that Mr. Moyane laid a criminal complaint during whose investigation the Hawks came across the retirement issue of Mr. Pillay. That's what he says.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Chair, let me just state for the record the facts as they stand in the affidavits that were filed with respect to cross-examination and as I've understood the cross-examination so far. Minister Gordhan accepts that Mr. Moyane didn't name him in the complaint, that the complaint is about the unit, and that the Hawks investigation produced 27 questions. 27 questions dealt with unit and pension. The charges announced by Sean Abrams are pension-related. When my learned friend, though, says he now wants to ask questions about Pillay pension, I object to that because that does not relate to what you have granted leave to cross-examine on, because Pillay pension on both parties' versions, now that we've seen the documents when they were attached to Mr. Moyane's January 2020 affidavit, the first time we ever saw what he filed with his complaint, it's now common cause that it doesn't mention Pillay pension. So I'm concerned that we're going to waste time on the merits of Pillay pension payout.
So you are saying if Mr. Mpofu wishes to ask questions about charges or a charge that emanated or arose from Mr. Moyane's complaint that he laid, it's one thing. But if he wants to ask questions about the Pillay pension,
The merits.
that did not arise from the complaint.
No, Chair. It obviously did because of how the Hawks investigated it.
No, when I say
But Minister
arise,
Gordhan-
I mean, maybe arise is the wrong word. The complaint that Mr. Moyane had laid did not include any complaint about the pension.
Yes, so you've given leave on why Mr. Moyane laying a complaint
Yes.
about rogue unit
Yes,
causes Minister Gordhan to say
Yeah.
to advance state capture, that whole
Yes.
debacle.
yes,
Pillay pension only comes up from the Hawks and from when Advocate Abrams announced and then withdrew the charges.
yes.
So I don't see how Pillay pension can fit into a Moyane-Gordhan cross-examination.
Effectively, what you are saying is there is no connection between the fact that Mr. Moyane laid the complaint that he laid and the fact that later on one of the charges included was a charge which was not included in the complaint.
Yes, there's no connection for purposes of this cross-examination
Yes, yeah.
to go into that migration by the Hawks and the NPA.
It might show that it might be referred to support an allegation that the Hawks added that charge for state capture, but you are saying it
But
can't
that's
be
not
said
what
that
it-
Mr. Moyane, who is responsible for its inclusion in among the charges that were ultimately brought. That's
Yes.
what you're saying.
Yes, because we
Yeah.
don't, by now the 6th hour of today,
Yeah.
we don't have any connection use that word between Mr. Moyane and the charges, other than it's the same case number from the complaint he files about unit against other people. So I don't want us to waste time on the
Yeah.
merits of charges about Pillay pension, where
Yeah.
what the subject of this cross-examination is the complaint Mr. Moyane filed about unit.
Okay, no, that's all right. I'm sorry, Mr. Chaskalson?
Chair, I want to go even further, possibly because I want to get home tonight.
Yeah.
But your ruling falls to be interpreted as any written document in accordance with its ordinary meaning. And where the ambit of cross-examination that's allowed relates to three issues. Whether in laying the criminal complaint or charges against Mr. Gordhan. All of them are prefaced with
Yes.
laying the criminal complaint or charges against Mr. Gordhan. Now, it's common cause that didn't happen. So unless, I know that Mr. Gordhan suggests that laying the charges against the rogue unit, which were not charges against him, may have had something to do with state capture. But unless this ruling is amplified to embrace that, then I think two things follow. The one is that no cross-examination on the issue can take place.
Yeah.
And the second is that the commission or the evidence leaders cannot suggest to you that that is a relevant issue in relation to Mr. Moyane's liability or non-liability for involvement in state capture, because it won't have been an issue that's canvassed.
Yes.
If we're going to broaden it to
Yeah.
make it an issue that's canvassed, it's a different story. But until that happens,
Yeah.
it's not an issue on which
Yes.
we will suggest, or we could ever suggest, that Mr. Moyane had ever been at fault.
Yes, I think I understand completely what Mr. Mpofu has said and what Ms. Leroux and yourself, Mr. Chaskalson, have said. Now I want to know the question that Mr. Mpofu wanted to put to Mr. Gordhan, because then in the light of what everyone has said, I can see whether it's something we should go into or not.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Chair, really, all I'm saying is Mr. Chaskalson correctly says that unless if the ruling is amplified, as he calls it, but the ruling was amplified by the witness, because I asked him Do you, even though that we accept that the charges were not laid against you, do you stand by the rest of the accusation? Remember, Chair, this is not a game, a little game of one word here or one word there. The gist of the accusation is that it's one continuum. Remember, the evidence of the witness is that there's a conspiracy.
Mr. Mpofu, let's...
with the NPA and so on.
Let me formulate the question you want to put to him.
Chair, can I make another proposal? Yes, just for the sake of progress. I will come back to this to this question. So what I will do is I will start with the issue of the rogue unit, which was the subject matter of the complaint, and then we can come back to whether the Pillay issue can also be covered.
Okay, all right. We can do that. We are at 16 minutes past 6. That, I think, means you have had... Is your watch... What does your watch say?
My watch says, well, we started around about 12. And then we had...
I think you have had 6 hours at least.
No.
How much have you had?
Unless if we had started at 10. It's 6 now. So...
Well, my watch says 17 minutes past 6. Does
yes,
yours say 6?
That's what 18.
Okay.
It's 18 something.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm saying we started around about quarter past 12, and we had a 1 hour break.
No, we started at 11:30.
No, that was Mr. Chaskason who started at
you mean
11:30.
yourself? Yeah,
you started. When I say we, I mean myself.
Yes, okay, no. Yes. What time was it?
But quarter past 12.
Quarter past 12, yeah.
Yes, I don't want to mislead the chair. And so let's say, for argument's sake, take away the
because I've compensated.
Take away the break, the 1 hour break, and take away the other small breaks. Then we can say we started at 1:30. Let's say.
Well, we didn't count. I didn't count the lunch break.
Yeah.
And whenever we had a break, I added.
No. Chair, I accept that. But the reality is that the time now is 20 past 6. Yeah.
Yes,
so I'm saying if you take away the 1 hour break from the 20 past 6, then you have okay. Let's say it's quarter past 6 to make it easy.
Yeah.
That would be 6 hours from quarter past 12 from when we started.
Yeah.
Then minus the 1 hour. Lunch, that's 5 hours.
Yeah.
And then minus the short breaks, let's say they all total to, then it's about four and a half.
Okay. I don't know about
it's not 6.
Half, but I think Ms. Leroux, what's your understanding of how much time we've had? I just want us to be on the same page, more or less.
Yes, Chair. It obviously feels much longer, but it's probably about 5 hours that we've used.
Okay,
it obviously
all right.
feels longer.
Okay, Mr. Chaskason, do you also say about 5 hours?
I'm happy to go with everybody else's arithmetic, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Well, it's not about 5 hours, Chair, unless if you take away all the short breaks. It's 5 hours if you take away only the lunch break. So let's be clear. It's impossible for it to be 5 hours. Unless if we didn't have those other short breaks.
Well, if we started at quarter past.
If you started at quarter past 12 and we came up to quarter past 6, it's 6 hours. Very simple. Then it's 6 hours, right?
Okay.
But accept that we took a 1 hour break.
Yeah.
A 1 hour and a few minutes.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
So you say.
Then that's 5.
Yeah.
Then all the other breaks then subtract from the 5. So how can it still be 5? It's impossible.
You say it would be what?
4.5 hours.
The breaks.
I'm rounding them up, the breaks and the over.
Yeah, it will be, then if on that approach, it would be 4 hours, either 30 minutes or 15 minutes or something like that.
4 and 15 minutes or 4 and 30. I'm happy to live with 4 and 30.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
But I'm raising that so that we can talk about the way forward.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Chair, I accept that.
Yes. At this stage, what is your assessment of how much more time?
I'm sorry, Chair, to be the breaker of that news. One thing I can assure you is that we're not going to finish today. Or at least I'm not going to finish today.
Yeah.
But I thought, Chair, I could, because of these other packed things, including the one we've just debated.
Yeah.
So I thought I could start with this topic because depending on the areas and the other issues,
Yeah.
this could be my last long topic. So I thought at least I could start with it.
Yeah.
And see, well, depending on everybody's...
What's your assessment of how long that topic might take?
Chair, you know, despite what I've said, I've been standing here since 12:15. My assessment, Chair, well, depending, of course, on the answers,
Yeah, it depends on everything else.
We could
yeah.
finish with that topic at 7, maybe.
That's an hour and a half.
No, that's 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm wrong.
That's 40 minutes.
About 40 minutes
39
time. Yeah, 40 minutes time. And then after that topic has been done, would you be left with the 2 questions that have been packed, or with another topic or other topics?
I would be left with bits and pieces, Chair, but and then with this other topic,
Yeah.
the one we're debating now.
Whatever would be left, you think would take how much after you have done with that topic?
Chair, please don't ask me.
I mean, I'm not going to hold you to the
No,
minute, but I
yes.
just want to have an idea.
Okay, can I just have a minute?
Yeah.
I think an hour and a half. Chair.
Well, somewhere I might have to say, this is all I'm giving you.
Yes.
Make the best out of it.
Well, Chair, I hope we don't get there.
No, I hope we don't get there.
No, I hope we don't get there,
because
Chair,
we should try and...
yes.
But let me check. Maybe we could go up to 7 and see if you cover that big topic, if everybody agrees. Because at this stage, we have got to decide whether we continue for some time or whether we just adjourn
Yes.
for another day.
Okay, Chair, I have another proposal,
Yeah.
maybe. I have what one might call no, because this is, I was going to call it a subtopic, but it's related
Yeah.
to the main topic.
Yes.
Because I thought I can try and do the subtopic and then leave out the rogue unit issue completely.
Yes. Okay.
Because if and when we come back, then, Chair, and I'm just trying to project forward, I will certainly be left with either that topic plus this one.
Yeah.
And of course, depending on the ruling,
Yes.
it could be one or two or both. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me try and do that, Chair.
Yeah, but let me just check where, Ms. Leroux, in terms of us going on this evening up to maybe 7 to finish a particular topic and then adjourning now, where do you stand? We
Chair.
all wanted to finish today.
Chair, I stand on the proposition that this cross-examination will fill as much time as you give it. At some point, we're going to have to say no more.
Yeah.
So I'm certainly in your hands. I'm not sure if Minister Gordhan has any commitments
Yeah,
tonight.
I'm going to check.
But I'm in your
but
hands, but
you
we will
have
at some point have to
flexibility.
just say
Yeah.
no more time.
Okay, all right. Mr. Chaskalson, do you want to say something?
Chair, I'm neutral on this one.
Yes. Mr. Gordhan, what's your situation? One option is that we might continue maybe up to 7 and see how far Mr. Mpofu goes with what he calls the big topic or other topics, and then we adjourn to another date when he might then finish, and then there would be a re-examination. How is your situation, starting with going on until 7-ish or thereabout?
So, Chair, a group of ministers had a meeting at NEDLAC at about 6, so I missed that already, on a very important topic. We could well continue until 7, but I think that we've got to, if I may respectfully say so, not go on a perambulation. I mean, there are specific rulings that you've given. I think the council has argued that particular point. And we can't just have additions to the issues willy-nilly. So under your guidance, 7:15 is fine for me, and we must get over with this.
Let's continue then, Mr. Mpofu, and then maybe we'll stop at 7.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Chair, I've just received instructions of which of the, as I said, the main topic and the subtopic. Unfortunately, it looks like I have to start with the main topic. And as the Chair says, we'll see how far we go.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Mr. Gordhan, Mr. Moyane's complaint, which you say was motivated by state capture and all the conspiracy and so on with the NPA and the Hawks. Before it was expanded, you had the debate that we had. Before it was expanded to deal with the Pillay retirement, it was based on the rogue unit allegations. You agree with that?
From what I've read, Chair, it was in relation to what I call the investigative unit at SARS, yes.
Yes, okay, so I don't want us to fight about terminology. Your evidence is that that unit, I'll try to be as neutral as possible. Some people call it the rogue unit, others call it the so-called rogue unit. But according to you, it was called the Special Projects Unit when it was formed. And then later it was called the National Research Group. And then when you left, it was called the High Risk Investigation Unit. That's the same unit we're talking about?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So as I say, when I say rogue unit, please don't take it as if I'm being provocative. So I'll try to just say the unit wherever I can. Okay. Now, this is a very important issue because it deals with, at least it deals with the uncontroversial part of the chair's ruling, namely that the laying of the charges around the rogue unit was either motivated by state capture or it was what a reasonable person in Mr. Moyane's position would have done, putting aside the question of Mr. Pillay. But it's also important because, as you know, this is a matter of general concern about among South Africans. There's a whole lot of contestation, I think is the only neutral word I can think of now, about the existence of the rogue unit in the first place, and secondly, the lawfulness thereof. Would you agree with that summary?
I'm not sure what's the question. Are you asking me to agree to what?
The question is, would you agree with that summary? What are you not sure of?
Just mention the summary again.
Yes.
Or better still, just the proposition you want.
Yes, Chair. Now, I was saying it's important is twofold. One is the one that I've explained in that it will demarcate the real issue in this cross-examination, which is whether Mr. Moyane, in laying the charges, was motivated by state capture motive, let's call it that, which is your version, or that he was motivated by what any reasonable commissioner of SARS faced with what he was faced with would have done. So I said that's the first importance. Then I say the other importance is a more general importance which goes beyond you and Mr. Moyane, which is that this is a question that is of concern to South Africans, and there's a lot of contestation about it. And the third proposition was that that contestation revolves mainly around two things. One, the existence of the unit, and secondly, if it existed, its lawfulness. I know it's a long summary.
It's better, I was about to say, why don't you put each one to him, let him deal
That's
with
fine.
each one. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm trying to save time.
Yeah.
Do you accept that there is a general interest in the activities, legal or otherwise, of the rogue unit among South Africans?
But I don't know about that generalization, Chair. If I can be helpful, the issues that Mr. Mpofu raises, A, is about lawfulness, B, whether the charges were related to
Hang on,
state capture.
Hang on, Mr. Gordhan. I've just asked him to deal with one at a time because it can be confusing if there are too many propositions put at the same time.
Yes.
The first one that he has put to you is this one. He says, do you agree that there is a general public interest or interest from the public in the activities of the unit, whether those activities were legal or not legal? Do you agree that, generally speaking, the public is interested in what that unit used to do?
Now, Chair, what I will say to that proposition is that the real interest is why was there so much of fake news around this unit? Why were leaks taking place to the Sunday Times from SARS at various stages? And why, when in the face of an opinion from advocates Tengrove and Numalo, dated the 1st of September 2015, in the possession of Mr. Moyane, this narrative still continues. So the concern really, as I would formulate it, is why is there this repeated reference to the so-called rogue element, and all the suggestions about rogue behavior, perhaps except one, which is questionable, have been disproved. There's been, the issue of evidence has been...
Yes, Mr. Gordhan, hang on. We don't make progress when you don't answer the question that is asked. We make progress if you answer that question, because then Mr. Mpofu can move on to the next question. His question was simply whether you accept the proposition that the public generally is interested in knowing about the activities of that unit, whether those activities were legal or not legal.
No, I wouldn't accept the proposition.
You don't accept the proposition? No. Okay, all right. Mr. Mpofu?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Gordhan does not accept the proposition that
yes,
the public,
that the public has an interest in the rogue unit. No, that's fine. Chair, if I may, I apologize. My junior was just assisting me with something. Just, you remember there was a debate where Mr. Gordhan denied that he had used the word gossip.
Yes.
Earlier on.
Yes.
My team has checked the transcript, and he did use that word. So I thought something was playing with my ears. But anyway, that's maybe a matter we can
I think
deal with.
Mr. Gordhan and his counsel can
they
check
can
as
note
well.
it, yes.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
Yes.
Mr. Mpofu?
Okay, you hear that, Mr. Gordhan, that you did say you relied on gossip when you denied it.
I hear what you're saying, but let's get back to the issue.
No, that's the issue now. Do you accept that you lied when you said you didn't use the word gossip?
I didn't lie. I might have been mistaken.
Okay.
And if there's proof of that in a transcript, I'll concede that.
Thank you. All right. Now, okay, I
don't have any reason, Chairperson, to lie.
Yes. Well, that's what they all say. The next proposition then was, insofar as anybody is interested in the or at least there's been, as you've saying, information and misinformation, and you're quite correct around the issue of the unit. But do you agree with my second proposition that that information, misinformation, even propaganda, I would go as far, deals with two topics, namely the existence of the unit and if it existed, its lawfulness?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mpofu, hang on. I'm not sure about the propaganda and whatever.
Yes,
your
okay,
earlier
let's stick
proposition-
with misinformation. I can stick with the words of the witness. He says correctly that there have been a lot of information and misinformation.
Okay.
I don't have to add propaganda.
Okay.
So I'm saying, as far as that information and misinformation, does he accept that it deals broadly with those two topics?
and the
In
two
other words,
topics-
existence and lawfulness.
Oh, okay, right.
Thank you.
I think your answer, Mr. Gordhan, was yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Yeah. So the unit did exist. Let's put that to bed once and for all. Correct?
Yes.
And you, Mr. Gordhan, played a major part in its formation.
No. I played a part in requesting Chairperson, the then Minister of Finance, to approve certain funding for a unit where the National Intelligence Agency, as it was called then, and SARS could cooperate on issues like the smuggling of cigarettes, abalone, and other forms of illicit trade. That didn't work out, as I've explained in my statement of November 2018. Secondly, the threat of illicit trade exists today in South Africa very seriously, particularly those who smuggle cigarettes and make a lot of money out of it, which has happened under the pandemic.
Sure.
And,
Chairperson,
Hang on one second.
under
the pandemic.
I'm sorry, is that connected with the unit?
I'm simply asking if he.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you, Mr. Gordhan.
what you were simply asking, Mr. Mpofu?
Yes. Whether, and I use the word large, I'm withdrawing it.
Or that
I'm saying whether you participated in the decision to establish the unit.
Oh, okay, all right. Not the details. What
Yeah,
you were
but
asking.
the pandemic.
Okay. So I think Mr. Mpofu says all he's interested in at this stage is whether you played a large part.
No,
or,
I'm taking
no, not
away
even
the word
a large
large.
part.
Yeah, whether
You played-
he participated in
you
the decision to establish the unit.
You participated in the decision to establish the unit.
So, Chairperson, be patient with me. You see, he introduces words like large. I begin to answer the question on the basis of the word large. Then the word is withdrawn, and then I'm accused of all sorts of things.
No, Mr. Gordhan, please, you're wasting time now.
Hang on.
When I've withdrawn the word, I'm trying to assist you to stop you from this.
Okay, hang on, Mr. Mpofu. Hang on, Mr.
Can I
Gordhan.
finish, please, Chairperson? Can I finish?
No,
So the answer to the question,
before you proceed, Mr. Gordhan, I just want to say, I think Mr. Mpofu, when he withdraws the word large, is trying to say something that you are likely, or rather, he's trying to reach a point where the two of you will meet, because if he says large, you might say, I played some part, but it was not large. So at least he just wants to see whether you'll say, yes, I played some part, whether you call it large or small, let's not get into that, but I played some part. That's what he's trying to avoid arguments about whether it was a large part or not a large part.
Actually, Chairperson.
Yes,
so
then
it started
you can
with the
respond.
word large.
Yes.
The word is out, and the question is, did I participate? Yes.
Yes, okay, all right. Thank you. Mr. Mpofu?
Yes. Thank you, Chair, for your assistance. And you participated in the decision to establish the unit. When you did so, it was in February 2007.
I can't remember the dates, Chairperson.
Well, you said that it was done in 2007 when you were answering the 27 questions. Does that help you?
Thank you for letting me know.
So you accept that you participated in the decision to establish the unit in February 2007?
Chairperson, it appears in the answers to the 27 questions I accepted. The only
Yes.
point I'm making
Yes.
is that I can't remember all of those dates and all of
Yes.
those activities.
Yeah, fair enough. You can't remember it now. No, that's a fair.
So your answer is, if that's what you said in one of your answers to the 27 questions you accepted, that would be the date.
Whatever date is there, Chairperson.
Yes, okay.
Yes. And at the time, the manager of the unit reported to the one and only we spoke about, Mr. Ivan Pillay, and Mr. Pillay reported to you, correct?
Correct?
Yes. And the unit was intended, and I want to say this carefully. The intention when the unit was formed was that it should be housed at NIA, National Intelligence Agency, correct?
No, as my recollection goes, the first answer is no. And the second is that, as far as my recollection goes, it was supposed to be a joint venture, but I can't remember whether there was location in the NIA or within SARS itself.
Okay.
I can look at a cabinet memo or some document to confirm that, but that's neither here nor there. Yes.
Well, I will jog your memory because you've spoken about something I was going to go to, which was the request that you made to the Minister of Finance, then Minister Trevor Manuel, for the funding of the establishment of the unit. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you at least accept that that funding was asked for on the basis that the initial intention was to employ and train the members of the unit and then to transfer them to NIA, where they would continue to function as a unit in NIA dedicated to SARS?
I won't dispute it, Chair, but I can't confirm it right now.
Okay, you can't dispute that that was the intention, or rather the gist of the letter you sent to Minister Manuel, that you wanted money so that the, I'm sorry, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, the letter that I'm referring you to is at TSM 375.
In which bundle?
Well, maybe Mr. Chaskason can help us. On my bundle is TSM 375. That's the bundle we were given by the...
Okay, it must be the other bundle, yes, because this one doesn't have 375.
Yeah, that's the number.
Chairperson, I'm not disputing
I'm told it's A.
All
Okay.
I'm saying, Chairperson,
Yeah, okay, Mr. Gordhan,
address you?
Mr. Gordhan says he doesn't dispute what the letter says.
Yeah.
No,
Yes.
no.
Yes, so we can move on.
No, it's fine. You said you can't remember. I'm reminding you. I'm saying the letter, it says, Dear Minister, it's from you, correct? Signed P. Gordhan, Commissioner of SARS.
Yeah, I think you must proceed because he said he's not disputing whatever may be in the letter.
No, I'm not interested in that. I'm asking,
Yes.
Was the letter sent by you to Minister Gordhan? To Minister Manuel?
Minister Manuel.
Yes, correct. And the heading of the letter at TSM 375 is to fund an intelligence capability within NIA in support of SARS. That's the heading you put on your letter, correct?
I accept that if it's there.
Yes.
What is the date of the letter?
It's, Chair, it's at TSM 375 is dated, or at least Mr. Gordhan signed it on the 02/02/2007. No, I'm sorry. That's Mr. Pillay, I think. Mr.
That's
Gordhan
8th
signed it on the 8th of
February
February
2007.
2007. Yes.
Okay, it's a letter that Mr. Gordhan, you appear to have signed on the 8th, maybe of the second month, 2007, addressed to Minister Manuel. Yes, Mr. Mpofu, continue.
Thank you. Well, while I'm at it, I'll read the letter. It
Yeah.
says, Dear Minister, to fund an intelligence capability within NIA in support of SARS. 1, the purpose, to seek approval to fund special capability within NIA to supply SARS and law enforcement within the necessary information to address the illicit economy. Discussion, and then you say collecting tactical intelligence invariably means penetrating and intercepting organized crime syndicates. This is an activity which SARS does not presently have the capability, including the legislative mandate to manage clandestine activity. And then you say discussions are taking place within national intelligence to supplement SARS intelligence capability. NIA is willing to create a ring-fence capability provided funds are made available to cover personnel costs. All other costs will be covered by NIA. NIA is willing to formalize the above-mentioned arrangement to an MAU. We therefore request that NIA's budget be increased to fund the creating of this special capability. The estimate personnel cost is 13.1 million for 2007 and 8, 17 million for 2008 and 9, and 18.6 million for 2009 and 2010. And then again, you say the recommendation, the request to fund the creation of a special capability in NIA to support SARS is strongly recommended and approval from the minister is required. And then it was signed by General Manager Enforcement, I think it was Mr. Pillay, and then you. Then the Deputy Minister, who was then Mr. Muleketi, signed, but he said supported. However, this is a strange way of executing what I regard to be an economic mandate of NIA. It seems though it's an add-on rather than part of NIA's mandate, but he approved it, subject to that. And then Minister Manuel also approved it. And sorry, I normally understand what you said. My question was simply, this was just to refresh your memory. Do you accept that the formation of the unit which you were part of was intended to be a part of NIA? And I'm sure now the answer is yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Ms. Leroux.
Chair, now it's my turn to read to you. Because in your April 2019 ruling, paragraph 63 and 64, Mr. Moyane applied for leave to cross-examine on the alleged rogue unit, what's called the Rouge unit, but the alleged rogue unit, its existence and lawfulness. You noted the following: the applicant does not say under this theme what it is that Mr. Gordhan said in his affidavit or evidence before this commission that implicated him in state capture or corruption in regard to the unit. Interestingly, the applicant states in paragraph 30.1 of his founding affidavit under the theme, the issue plays a central role in that the existence and lawfulness of the, again, Rouge unit, perhaps that's the unit we should be looking at, was repeatedly and independently exhausted. The likes of Minister Gordhan falsely assert that that is not the case. In this regard, I attach a copy of the Sikakani report. I'll soon provide a copy of the KPMG report in due course. That's quoting Mr. Moyane. Then at paragraph 64, you make the following ruling. The question arises, if the existence and lawfulness of the alleged rogue unit has been repeatedly and independently exhausted, why is it necessary and in the best interest of the function of the Commission to allow cross-examination on it? In his opposing affidavit, Mr. Gordhan points out that the SARS Commission considered those issues in regard to the unit, concluded the unit was lawful. Then this is the critical part. For the reason that the applicant does not state how and where in his affidavit and oral evidence Mr. Gordhan implicated him in regard to the unit, I am of the view that there is no proper basis for me to grant the applicant leave to cross-examine on the issue. So you've already ruled that the existence and lawfulness of the unit is not for cross-examination because he never implicated Mr. Moyane about it.
Well,
so if we can move on to why he laid the charges, rather than going back to 2009 and earlier and working out how the unit came to, that's the very thing that you said we don't need to spend this commission's time on.
You see why we...
Because otherwise the ruling doesn't mean anything.
You see, you know how we got there, Ms. Leroux. You know how we got there. Mr. Gordhan, in his clarificatory affidavit, said things that he had not said earlier on, and specifically said Mr. Moyane had engaged in activities in order to pursue the state capture project. And insofar as, if you say to me, that doesn't fall within the last ruling. If you say it doesn't fall within that, we can look at that. But the allegations that Mr. Gordhan made in the clarificatory affidavit, despite the fact that I had said in my earlier ruling, in the directions, this was not intended to expand what had been said. He made the allegations that he made because they were so important when he says somebody who had been engaged in activities of state capture was pursuing the agenda of state capture, which is what we are looking at. So that's how it came to be allowed to that extent.
Yes, Chair, but the clarificatory affidavit and Mr. Moyane's affidavit in response to that, and your November 2019 ruling setting out the A to E 5 questions on this topic, are still all narrowly focused on when Mr. Moyane lays charges. Why does he do that, and why does Minister Gordhan say that he was not a reasonable SARS commissioner? But what we are traversing now is the entire unit narrative and trying to resurrect it using your commission. Yeah, and that's what I object to.
No, you see, if you look at the last ruling, it is so narrow, and Mr. Mpofu is now going wider. I think that would be legitimate to look at that. And then you have to say what falls within the narrow ambit and what falls outside the narrow ambit.
Yes, Chair. So I didn't object when my learned friend was asking questions about, do you accept that the public has been interested in this idea that there's a rogue unit that came from the Sunday Times? And do you accept all of that?
Yeah.
That's arguably within your latter ruling.
Yes.
To now go back and try to cross-examine on the question of existence and lawfulness of the unit, as opposed to, let's get to the time period where the Sunday Times is saying there's a rogue unit. And 12 days later, Mr. Moyane goes and lays a criminal charge. Let's focus on that rather than rehashing the rogue unit narrative.
I understand your point. Mr. Mpofu, you understand the point?
I do, Chair, but it's a non-point. What I'm saying, really, I don't even know why we're here. All I was asking, Chair, was a very simple question in the line that my learned friend says is acceptable. It's just that the answer that I got was that the witness could not remember that the unit was actually to be housed at NIA. So that's the only reason I had to go back and remind him. But the question is only that old one, which was, does he accept that in February 2007, the intention was that it must be housed at NIA, which there's nothing wrong with that because it's part of the ambit. But in any way, we're done with this now. I think the question has even been answered.
Let's move on then.
Thank you. And
but I see we are at 5 to 7.
Okay, Chair. I promise this. I just want to not to leave it hanging at a place. So The point I'm simply making is that the reason why you wanted it to be housed at NIA is because you knew that lawfully it could not be housed at SARS if it was to have the capacity to gather intelligence. Correct?
There are distinctions in the law, Chairperson, about the word intelligence, and that is what both the opinions are referred to. Advocate Pengrove and Nobalo's opinion on the 1st of September 2015, and a similar response and analysis in the response to the 727 question draws that distinction. There are things that intelligence agencies are responsible for, but various government departments like Home Affairs and others collect information, stroke intelligence on operational matters that affect their particular mandate. And
yes.
That is the part that is SARS' responsibility. So what was intended was one thing, what emerged was another, which is working within the SARS mandate and prescripts, and the opinions are very clear in rebutting what Advocate Sikakane came up with, and has been around, looks like, for about 5 years in that particular regard.
Yes, okay. Mr. Gordhan, I understand that. And believe me, I don't want to get into the advocates and so on. I'm talking about you because you are the one who wrote the letter, not the advocates. I'm saying the reason why you asked for it in the manner that I read it out to you, which is that it should be housed at NIA, was because you knew that in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act of 1994, it says that that act prohibits the conducting of covert intelligence gathering by structures other than the National Defence Force, the South African Police Service, and State Security Agency. Hence, you were right in your letter to ask Minister Manuel to fund the unit, but it must be housed at NIA. It's a simple thing. It was for that reason. Otherwise, you would have done it at SARS.
Can I explain, Chair?
Yes.
I didn't get involved directly in the discussions. I was part of the overall development of an enforcement strategy, and I described that to you when I appeared before you in November 2018. And enforcement evolved over a period of time, firstly. Secondly, clearly, as I said, I have just completed my answer, which says that there are two or many types of intelligence. Let's call it intelligence that is the responsibility of intelligence agencies in terms of that legislation, and operational intelligence, which various departments will collect from time to time. And that's the distinction. If the one collapsed, which is the first proposition, then we still needed information as to how does the smuggling of cigarettes happen? Who is responsible? Where does it go? How does it get into the marketplace? And who are the key kingpins in this particular regard? How does abalone smuggling happen out of this country? What do we lose in value? What are the routes that are actually traveled? Today, the Department of Environment, for example, and Fisheries looks into that matter. I don't know how they do it or what they do, but I'm just giving you another example where, in general terms, anybody who is law-abiding would want to oppose illicit trade of one kind or another, because that kind of illicit trade damages the South African economy. So when the NIA proposition appeared to collapse, in discussions between SARS officials and NIA officials, we nonetheless still required specialization and the capability to understand the phenomena I've just described.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Gordhan.
We're at 7.
Okay, Chair. Promise, can I just round off this topic?
Okay.
Just this point.
Well, I just want to say, just bear in mind the terms of that paragraph 28 that says what Mr. Gordhan would be cross-examined on.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm mindful,
Okay.
Chair, and I'm going to stick to that.
Okay.
The point I'm making, Mr. Gordhan, is a simple one. That you have confirmed the existence of the unit. We're now talking about its its lawfulness, so to speak. And I'm saying to you, let me put it this way. Would you agree with this summary? It became apparent to SARS that it had to enhance the capacity to gather intelligence of an investigate organized crime. It, that is SARS now, decided in about February 2007 to set up the unit to penetrate and intercept the activities of tax and customs-related crime syndicates. Its initial intention was to employ and train the members of the unit and then to transfer them to NIA, where they would continue to function as a unit dedicated to SARS. We've covered that. The NIA, however, lost appetite for the project, as a result of which SARS decided to retain the unit within its enforcement division. Is that what happened?
Just explain that, Chair.
Are you where you are reading from?
I'm reading from his statement, from Mr. Gordhan's statement.
What paragraph?
It's paragraph 12.
So that he can have a look at it.
Paragraph 12 of your statement to the
Is that the 2018 one?
No, Chair. No, not the statement
It's
to
answer
the
to the
Commission, Chair.
questions.
It's the answers to the 27 questions.
Okay, do
You've
you
got
know
that,
where to
Mr.
find
Gordhan?
it?
I beg your pardon?
Do you have your answers to the 27 questions?
Do you have your answers to the
No, I don't have
27
it in front of me,
questions?
no.
Not in front of you. Okay. That part I read from, we can sort it out. That part I read was from paragraph 12 of your answer.
Well, without him seeing it, it might be difficult unless you take it in bits and
Yes,
pieces
okay.
so that
Yes, no,
he
fair
can
enough. Chair.
understand.
Mr.
yeah.
Gordhan, this is my last question. I just want to round off this issue, and I'll take the chair's suggestion. You say, and I'm sorry, I thought you had the document in front of you. You say it became apparent to SARS that it had to enhance its capacity to gather intelligence and investigate organized crime. That's the first sentence. You remember that?
Yes, carry on.
Does that ring a bell? Yeah.
It meaning SARS, decided in about February 2007 to set up the unit to penetrate and intercept the activities of tax and customs-related crime syndicates. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Then the next sentence, its initial intention was to employ, it's what we've just covered. Its initial intention was to employ and train members of the unit and then to transfer them to NIA, where they would continue to function as a unit dedicated to SARS. That was the gist of your letter to Minister Manuel. You remember that part?
Yes.
Yes. Then here's the part. Then you say, the NIA, however, lost appetite for the project, as a result of which SARS decided to retain the unit within its enforcement division. And I'm going to, for the sake of progress, and I will withdraw it again if you object, to put the word there, as to say, as a result of which SARS unilaterally decided to retain the unit within its enforcement decision. In other words, because NIA lost appetite, the SARS decided on its own to retain the unit within its division, enforcement division. Is that what happened?
Not quite. So if I may explain quickly, Chair, so
Yes.
don't take up too much time.
Yes.
I already explained, so somehow there's a communication issue, that there are different intelligence mandates. Secondly, that different departments have different mandates. Thirdly, that all of them would be doing information/intelligence collection. Fourthly, that the legality of this unit and its establishment is well proven at the SARS level. And fifthly, that once the NIA discussions between SARS officials and themselves collapsed, that was the end of that matter, and NIA did whatever it needed to do. And generally, if I remember correctly, there would be collaboration between crime intelligence, NIA itself, and possibly sometimes military intelligence in order to track down and deal with, I've been using cigarette smuggling as a popular example, but other forms of illicit trade as well, which undermines the South African economy. So as far as the legality of the unit and the legality of its function is concerned, that has been repeatedly proven to be proper and correct. Secondly, if I may sum up, the question of covert intelligence, which is the responsibility of an intelligence agency, was not overlapping with what the SARS unit did.
But I think Mr. Mpofu sought to establish from you whether the reason why the unit ended up being housed within SARS was that the NIA lost appetite. I think that's what he wanted to. Otherwise, the intention was to have it housed with NIA.
I've considered that already, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Chair, if maybe we should stop at this point.
Yes.
It's unfair. I wanted to highlight one or two other things from Mr. Gordhan's statement, but if he doesn't have it in front of him, it's just
Yes,
going to
it
make
doesn't.
it very difficult. Chair,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I don't mind going on, Chair.
Okay.
I think your counsel also, okay, maybe let's go up to 7:30 then.
Okay.
Let's see how much we can cover with.
Okay, Mr. Gordhan, I do sympathize. I won't put things from your statement that are not there. Maybe what I can do is to try and get a copy of this, Chair, at least from one of my juniors, just so that Ms. Leroux at least has got it, because she's here with us.
No, we'll find it, Chair. Mr.
Yes.
Mpofu can ask any question he wants.
Yes.
If I'm unable to answer, I'll say so.
Yeah,
That will help
yeah.
the Commission.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr.
Okay, fine.
I think whatever you can give to Ms. Leroux, do give.
Yes.
But Mr. Gordhan says, in the meantime, ask whatever questions. If he is unable to answer, we'll say so.
Yes, no, fair enough. Yeah. I do apologize. Let me organize it, Chair. I'm sorry, Chair, just 1 second. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
okay, okay.
Okay, Mr. Gordhan, Ms. Leroux has got the copy. It's signed by you, dated the 30th of March 2016. Just to,
I mean, there's a copy of what now?
of the answers to the
All
27
the answers
questions.
to these
Yes.
27 questions.
Yes, yes. That's the document that unfortunately is not in front of Mr. Gordhan.
Okay, I take it I don't have it either.
Chair,
Miss,
let me ask Mr. Or the
but
Secretariat.
I might be able to do without for now, and then I
Yes.
can get it later
Yes, Chair.
on. Yeah, okay. all right.
Yeah.
If it becomes a problem, we'll take it from there. Okay,
We might be able to locate it, Chair. Yeah.
okay.
I'm sorry about this. Yes. Okay, my question was, again, a simple one, that from your statement, if you assume that I'm reading directly from it, are you now saying that last sentence is not what happened? And let me remind you what it says. The NIA, however, lost appetite for the project, as a result of which SARS decided to retain the unit within its enforcement division.
He has considered that, Mr. Mpofu.
Well, he said except for the last part. Okay, maybe I lost the second. Have you
I
considered
think he
that?
considered that. I repeated it to him.
3 times.
He has considered it, Mr. Mpofu, that
Did you or did you not say except for that last part?
No, well, I can't recall. But
Okay, well, it's another gossip. We'll look at the record.
but at least he is accepting now
that he changed his
that
answer.
SARS
Yes.
only housed the unit when NIA had lost appetite.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, the proposition I want to put to you regarding that is exactly the unlawful part that Mr. Moyane was confronted with. Number one, it was that the establishment of the unit, simply because NIA lost appetite, and then Sommer decided to establish it without their involvement, was a contravention of the Section 3 of the National Strategic Intelligence Act 39 of 1994. And that was the finding of Mr. Skakane. That was the finding of various other agencies that investigated this saga. It was also the finding of the public protector. It's a simple issue, really. It's not, okay, I'm sorry.
I think you have made
yes,
the point.
Yes, I'm going to, I'll break it down, yes.
So I think your point is, and you must just tell me if I misunderstand.
Yes, sir.
If it had been housed at NIA, it would have been lawful. But it being housed within SARS, that made it unlawful.
That's correct, sir.
What do you say to that, Mr. Gordhan? Of course, I accept that we must remember that you are not a lawyer, I guess, but you might know about this. Yeah.
No, absolutely. But I've actually repeatedly answered the same question in different forms. But let me try once more, because I don't seem to be communicating the answer well enough. So the first point I made already is that the first intention in relation to a relationship with NIA didn't work out, and therefore the relevant legislation did not apply in that context to the NIA employed individuals for which a budget allocation would have been made, which was the purpose of the letter/memo signed by ourselves at SARS to Minister Manuel.
Yes.
Secondly, I described the different types of intelligence/information. Thirdly, what remained at SARS was not the original conception, and I explained why it was necessary throughout the world, because we benchmarked all of this at the time, it was necessary to have this kind of capacity. So if you go to the World Customs Organization, they'll tell you that, that this is the kind of capacity that is actually required in order to effectively combat illicit trade in whatever commodity we are talking about. Currently, it's cigarettes and alcohol, because the pandemic has caused limitations in that regard all over the world, including South Africa itself. The third point here is in relation to the various reports that Mr. Mpofu makes reference to. Firstly, somewhere along the line,
I'm sorry.
the mandate of...
I'm sorry, Mr. Gordhan. You have said that you have dealt with this. I just want to make sure that this time one can understand it correctly. Can we start with the proposition, whether what you say to the proposition that had this unit been housed at NIA, it would have been lawful. The fact that it was housed as SARS is what made it unlawful. Are you able to say, I don't agree with that, and this is the reason, and then then you can elaborate?
No, I don't.
You don't agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay. Yes, okay.
And I don't agree because in NIA, it would have had one kind of mandate under the piece of legislation that Mr. Mpofu made reference to. In SARS, it had a different kind of mandate because it could not operate under the NIA legislation. It operated in the normal course of tax and customs enforcement, for which information about these matters is absolutely critical. Mm-hmm. So if you like, it's not the same unit we are talking about.
Yes.
The one unit, the original conception ended when NIA became disinterested, mm-hmm. and a second conception of the unit developed so that it would be within the law. Mm-hmm. And the point I've made earlier on as well is that we have various legal opinions, including a legal opinion obtained by Mr. Moyane himself in mm-hmm. September or thereabouts, mm-hmm. 2015, in which it actually clarifies this concept, or rather this issue of where that intelligence legislation applies and where it doesn't apply. And I also mentioned that in response to that particular component in the 27 questions response that I gave, a similar explanation is given as well. So as far as we are concerned, Sikakane was wrong and has been proven to be repeatedly wrong. Secondly, Judge Kruan relied on Sikakane and he was wrong because he didn't entertain other views on this particular matter and was misguided by some legal people that he had as part of his panel. And he later apologized for the inferences that he drew at that particular point. As far as the public protector is concerned, I'm not sure where in the process we are, but that is a matter before a high court in South Africa at the moment.
Well, let me ask this question. From what one has read and heard, it does appear that there may be some opinions saying it was lawful, and there may be other opinions saying it was not lawful. I'm saying opinions or rulings by different bodies or whatever.
Investigations, yeah.
Now, if that is the case, or maybe I shouldn't say if that is the case, if Mr. Moyane says, look, I'm not a lawyer, but based on what I understood to be the position, rightly or wrongly, I formed the view that this unit was not lawful and thought that it was my duty to therefore lay a complaint. What would be your attitude to that? Would you say, no, he knew that it was lawful, but went to lay a complaint about it because he was pursuing the agenda of state capture? Or would you say, look, I accept that he could have thought that it was unlawful, but he was mistaken about that and leave it at that? Or whether you would go one step further and say, no, he knew that it was lawful, but because he was pursuing state capture, he went and laid a criminal complaint. Which is it?
Well, if one looks at the sequence of events, I'm just looking for the chronology.
Yes.
I can't find it right now. But if one looks at the sequence of events, on the 16th of May 2015 is when Mr. Moyane signs the complaint lodged at the Brooklyn police station. On the 1st of September 2015 is dated the report stroke opinion of the two advocates. So it must have been commissioned before the 1st of September 2015. So even if he thought he was right in May 2015, he had a sound legal opinion before him, which said that the unit is legal.
Yeah.
Secondly, all of the Sunday Times so-called exposures were fake news. So they were supposed to be brothels. There were supposed to be all sorts of buggings. No evidence is available on any one of those matters. And the Sunday Times apologized for what it did under a particular editor sometime later on in this process. So I would argue that by September at least of 2015, Mr. Moyane knew that this unit was legal.
Okay.
And he could have withdrawn the complaint if he wanted.
What is the date for the laying of the complaint? Because I'm not looking at
It's
it.
16th of May 2015.
That's correct.
Okay, let's focus on May.
Yes.
Are you able to say in May he could not have thought that there was something unlawful about the unit? Or are you saying, well, I don't know about May, but certainly in September, I think he knew? In other words, because as I understand it, his approach, or as I understand Mr. Mpofu, is that, well, if as SARS commissioner, he thought there was something unlawful, he was entitled to lay a complaint, maybe they would say even obliged. The fact that it might later on turn out that he was wrong, he was mistaken, would be neither here nor there. He would have been acting bona fide, even if mistaken. What would you say to that? As in May, as opposed to September.
The question for me, Chair, or Mr. Mpoku?
No, for you to say, if we look at May, when Mr. Moyane laid the complaint, not in September, in terms of what you believe he knew, would you say at that stage when he laid the complaint, he definitely knew that there was nothing unlawful about the unit, but then went ahead and laid the complaint because he was pursuing the state capture agenda? Or would you say he may have been bona fide in thinking there was something unlawful, but he was mistaken at that stage? It's only in September where I say his pursuit of the complaint in September, after he got the following information about the opinions, at that stage revealed that he was pursuing state capture.
Well, he would have known, Chairperson, that the Sikakane report, firstly, was faulty in the sense that there was an original mandate to look into the question of the relationship as exposed in the Sunday Times between one SARS official and an outside person. And then Mr. Moyane is appointed, as I recollect, and suddenly there's a turn in a different direction where the unit becomes the focus. But as I recollected, Mr. Sikakane nonetheless says that this must be investigated further. That then results in the appointment of KPMG to investigate the matter. And they've also disavowed some of their work in recent times, although not properly yet. And so that work had to be completed, by which time the September 2015 opinion would have been available as well. So if one looks at it in sequence, what one would find is that he probably preempted this whole process, firstly. And if one combines that with other observations made elsewhere, like the Newton Commission, in respect of, and I've suggested it as well, in relation to, for example, the organizational structure, the concentration of huge power in the hands of Mr. Makwakwa, the concentration of all tax settlements, which we have put lots of checks and balances in respect of.
Yes, but I'm sorry, Mr. Gordhan.
Absolute discretion.
But
if you look at the context, I can't accept the benign interpretation.
So is your answer that, as far as even in May, when he laid the complaint, you say he knew that there was nothing unlawful about the unit, and he laid the complaint because he sought to pursue the agenda of state capture? That's your position in regard to even May.
Chair,
Is that right?
Chair, I'm now in the invidious position of having to object to your question.
Yeah, just hang on. I will object. I'll disabuse myself of it if necessary. Mr. Gordhan, are you able to clarify that?
Yes, I certainly believe that if you put all of these events in sequence, as I said earlier on, Chairperson, he preempted this process.
Yes.
And if you match it to other, I know you get impatient when I make references to other things, but the reality of the matter is that one can't see things in isolation. They have to be seen in relationship to other events. So forgive me for that. But, no. One sees it in that context.
Yeah.
There clearly is something wrong with lodging those charges in May 2015.
No. Part of what I'm doing is I need to understand exactly what you are saying. And some of the things, they have got certain nuances. Some of the nuances are legal, others are different. So it's very important that I understand what you say in regard to certain issues, because I don't want to attribute to you a misunderstood position. If I say, you said, when he laid the complaint, this was the position, I must be sure that that's what you said. Ms. Leroux, yes, now you are, you can express your, yeah.
Chair, the objection, just for the record, is that the questions now being posed to Minister Gordhan ask him to identify what Mr. Moyane knew when he laid charges. He cannot do that.
Yes,
so all of the questions are phrased to say, did Mr. Moyane know? Did Mr. Moyane know? Only Mr. Moyane can tell us.
No.
So the reasons why Minister Gordhan says the unit is lawful, and there are all of the opinions that Mr. Moyane has pointed to have been discredited and found to be erroneous. All of the, then he also says there are all these opinions saying it's lawful that Mr. Moyane seems to have ignored. But it's unfair to ask Mr. Gordhan, did Tom Moyane know that, SARS had researched legality when it founded he doesn't know.
Well, of course, the first answer is he can say, well, I don't know what he knew. But this is where it arises from. Mr. Gordhan says, or the order here says, Mr. Gordhan may be cross-examined on whether in laying the criminal complaint, I'm saying against Mr. Gordhan, against whoever, Mr. Moyane was motivated wholly or in part by the objectives of state capture.
Yes, Chair.
Now,
so a question that says...
Hang on. As I understand Mr. Pofu's cross-examination, it seems to be directed at saying, if Mr. Moyane, in laying the charge, believed that there was something unlawful about it, then he could not have been motivated by the objectives of state capture, which Mr. Gordhan says was the case. So it is Mr. Moyane's answer, and I'm seeking to establish what Mr. Gordhan has to say to that answer, to say, if indeed Mr. Moyane thought there was something unlawful about the unit, even if he was wrong in thinking so, what would that do to Mr. Gordhan's proposition that Mr. Moyane was motivated wholly or in part by the objective of state? That's what I was asking.
and that formulation is within the cross-examination.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Okay. But we are at 27 minutes past, so...
Chair, can I have my final say? Yeah.
Yes.
We've taken one step beyond the terms of reference, because we're now investigating not a charge against Mr. Gordhan that was laid by Mr. Moyane, but a charge that was laid against some other people by Mr. Moyane. We're about to embark on an even further departure from the terms of reference, because Mr. Gordhan is now wanting to address answers that are going to say, that are essentially, if I understand his answers correctly, saying, well, I don't want to talk about what Mr. Moyane did or didn't know when the charges were lodged. I want us now to look at what Mr. Moyane learnt in the period after. And the problem is not that he lodged a charge against me. It's not that he lodged a charge against people other than me. It's that having found other material later, he failed to bring that to the attention of the police. So, my submission is we must actually draw some lines around this.
Yes, no. I think I understand what you... Well, maybe part of it is late in the day.
Yes. Chair, it is late.
If I may add, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, sorry, could I just respond? I'm sorry. Wait, Mr. Gordhan. right
Hang on, Mr. Gordhan.
to reply
What
to
did you want to
the
say,
objection.
Mr. Fofu?
Yes.
Oh, I
yes.
thought the objection has fallen away in the light of of how I've explained
Oh,
it.
I
Yeah,
thought it was
has fallen-
resuscitated
Well, of
by
course, Mr. Chaskalson's one.
It had fallen away, indeed, but
The one, Mr. Chaskalson's one.
Chaskalson wanted to breathe life into the dead body of the objection. Thank you.
Hang on, no, I know Mr. Chaskalson might not need to explain anything because I'm not saying his one has fallen away.
Yes.
I'm not saying that, yeah.
Yes, no, that's the one I was saying I have a right to address, Chair. Let me start again with where I agree with Mr. Chaskalson. And I agree also with the Chair's summation. Mr. Chaskalson is, of course, right to say that anything that would have happened subsequent to the laying of the charges, whether it's Nugent or this one or that one, is completely irrelevant to the real gist of what I'm after. The Chair, I can't put it better. The issue what we're dealing with here is the state of mind of Mr. Moyane as on that date of May 2015. And there's only one of two options. It is either, as we've been saying and we said in the affidavits, any reasonable commissioner faced with whatever he was faced with, would have laid the charge. And in fact, my next topic is going to show that he actually was obliged by the law. He would have been guilty himself criminally if he did not do so. But we're not there yet. So it's either that version of Mr. Moyane is true, or, as the Chair summarized, it's either that all that, and he just said, look, I don't care. There's someone who's telling me that actually this thing, I'm exaggerating for effect. Someone says, look, actually this thing was actually housed at NIA, so there was no problem with it. And yet, because he was pursuing state capture, he forged ahead with the charges. So those are the two competing issues.
Yes.
But I accept Mr. Chaskalson's point that to now, we must not allow it to go to Nugent and whatever.
Yeah. Okay, but I think we must stop now because we are past 7:30.
Thank you, Chair.
You'll remember me, please.
Oh, yes, you wanted to say something, Mr. Gordhan?
Yes, I thought it might be useful for the Chair to take note of this chronology. Mr. Moyane is appointed on the 3rd of September he's appointed on the 23rd of September 2014. Of course, Mr. Sikakane is appointed by Mr. Pillay on the 3rd of September 2014. Then, on the 5th of November 2014, Mr. Sikakane presents his report to Mr. Moyane. Then, in December 2014, Mr. Moyane appoints KPMG, as I referred to earlier on. The KPMG investigation is still going on, and only about September, October 2015 is apparently a KPMG report presented to Mr. Moyane. So long before that process is completed, as I said to you earlier on the 15th of May 2015, Mr. Moyane lays the various criminal complaints at the Brooklyn police station. And then what follows is the legal opinion that I referred to.
Yeah.
So you might want to bear some of those dates in mind, because they're not unimportant in this context.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Can I ask just one question, Chair?
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Gordhan, yes, we hear that. We'll take it from there. Do you accept at the very least that Mr. Moyane, that he had received a confession from some of the members of the rogue unit that forced him in terms of PRECA? If he hadn't reported the confession, whether the confession was true or not, he himself would have been guilty of a crime.
Not necessarily, because on the 7th of May 2015, Mr. Moyane actually asks a certain gentleman involved in the unit to not present himself to a Mr. van der Walt of KPMG and feign an illness. So the question is why?
Okay,
I'm
right.
not sure about the criminal issue. That's for lawyers to sort out.
Yes.
But these are strange, unexplainable events until Mr. Moyane takes the stand.
The stand, yes.
And tells us what his state of mind is.
Yes,
Thank you, Chair.
yes. And do you accept that the Sikakane report has never been withdrawn until today? The one that says the unit was unlawful?
I believe that the SARS
Was unlawful?
organization, amongst others, is challenging that report.
Well, yes, good luck to them. But as of today,
Don't speak over each other.
I'm sorry.
If I can finish.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
Gordhan.
yes.
So there are various alternate interpretations, and certainly Mr. Sikakane and Mr. Rajab, who were involved in that panel, maybe others were as well, have been found to be basing their opinions on a misreading of the law, as far as we are concerned, and as far as many other people who've looked at these legal opinions are concerned as well. But as you said, that's for the lawyers to look at.
No,
Okay, all
that's
right.
not what I said. I said, do you accept that it might be challenged, but as for now, it has never been withdrawn? And that was what Mr. Moyane was faced with.
Chairperson, if you want to get into the details, I'm sure there are witnesses who can come before you and explain to you
I give
how
up.
that report evolved,
Okay.
how the mandate of Mr. Sikakane
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gordhan.
No.
And now, can I respond to you, Chair?
He was simply saying, do you accept that it has never been withdrawn? That's all he was asking.
That's all.
Yes, but I'm also explaining that there's a lot of critiques available on the report.
Yes,
of the commission.
yes, but he didn't ask about that. He asked whether you are aware that it has not been withdrawn, but what the effect of that is that we can deal with some other time. And I guess that the position is that it has not been withdrawn, it has not been set aside, it is being challenged from what you say in the High Court. We don't know what will ultimately happen, but I think we can stop
That
here.
was just for your information.
Yes, no, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
I must thank everybody for being prepared that we sit till late. Thank you, Mr. Gordhan, for being prepared. Thank you, Mr. Mpofu. Thank you, Ms. Leroux and the instructing attorney, Mr. Moyane, Mr. Chaskalson, Mr. Chaskalson, instructing attorney in the commission, and everybody. We are going to have to fix another date, but probably we shouldn't fix it now because probably Mr. Franklin would be involved and not Mr. Chaskalson. If we seek to fix a date that's close, we'll try and consult everybody to see if we can do that. But in all probability, we might use an evening session. If we look at a date where everybody will get a reasonable notice, we might just fix the date and then take it from there. But thank you very much. I would like to see counsel from all sides in my chambers before we disperse. But thank you very much to everybody. We will adjourn for the day. For the benefit of the public, the commission will not have a hearing tomorrow. It might not have a hearing on Wednesday as well. But if it has a hearing on Wednesday, the public will be told. It will have a hearing on Thursday and on Friday. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.